You know the ad for lighting while you drink whiskey. Whiskey give you plenty nerve. They ask me why I drink whiskey. Whiskey give me a plenty nerve. You know I come to find out one morning, whiskey the best drink in this world.
Watch out, You know why I drink whiskey?
Everybody, brother.
Lord, I drink to keep from worrying.
Sometimes I do.
And I smile just to keep from crying. Lighting no General Brownie drinks to keep from worrying.
Yes, I believe.
Yo, I smile just to keep from crying.
That's right.
That's because I don't want nobody to know. Well, just what's on my mind.
About your worries, man.
Worries, man. Did you do it? No. I drink so much whiskey until I stagger in my sleep. Lord, Sonny, I drink so much whiskey until I stagger in my sleep. Lord, I'm gonna keep on drinking till I please. Got one more thing to say about it. Joe, don't you know if I ever get lucky and go to heaven, I want to sit down in St. Peter's chair. Lord, if I ever get lucky and go to heaven,
where you gonna sit at?
I'm gonna sit down in St. Peter's chair.
You'll never get that.
Why? Lord, the first thing I'm gonna ask St. Peter, have you got any good drinking whiskey up here?
I know you have. Well, me and O'Brien, yes, we are the best friends. Like the heart of me, O'Brien, yeah. Yes, we were the best friends.
No more?
No. Well, you know, we drink more whiskey. Yes, I needed 4 or 5 minutes. Drink the rat smart, so it's allowed to take you up on it. Well, when we in New York in 1941, I go to start my pint. Ronnie, do you have bud? I said, hey, Ronnie, Lord, when we ever gonna get drunk? Well, we walk the streets all night. Come back to the lady on. Yes, son, yes. You better the whiskey-headed man. I know you better stay drunk all the time. Talk to me, Joe. Sonny, you better the whiskey-headed man.
Better watch yourself, fella.
And you boys are stay drunk all the time.
Talk to me.
I don't care how you break the good whiskey, Sonny. You better please don't mess with that woman of mine. Every time I meet you, you go walking down the street, you put that dope moonshine whiskey, you try to talk trash to that woman you meet, but you're a whiskey-headed man. Stay drunk all the time. But so that you body don't stop drinking so whiskey, boy. I know you boys will do. Brownie, he's a whiskey drinker. He wants everybody to know. He drinks whiskey in Texas and everywhere he goes, but he didn't know. Brownie, you got a friend, Lightning Hopkins. He do the same thing too. If I can't get a drink from somebody else, please, Brownie, can I get a drink from you? Oh, I drink, man, most of all the time. I just want to drink of your whiskey. You can dismiss your wine. Look out there, Brian.
Since you asked me for a favor,
I know.
guess what I'm gonna try to do. If I ain't got no money, I'll rob, steal, bun, bake, barbecue. I'm gonna try to get you some whiskey. I want you to have a very fine time. If I can't get you scotch and bourbon, then I sure ain't gonna offer you no wine. Whoa, Sam Hopkins, talk to me. I'm so glad you in my town. I want you to drink and have your fun until the deal goes down.
That's what I want to do, boy.
Let's go out because I like that.
Yeah.
Hey. Hi, guys. How are you doing? Welcome to the late show. Welcome. Can't get enough of good old blues. Nothing like good old blues. Guys, we're going to talk about a number of things tonight. I'm going to start things off by talking about the Monaco Legend Group auction that's coming up in, you guessed it, Monaco on October 22nd and 23rd. Monaco Legend Group is a collaboration between Claude Cohen and the famous vintage dealer Davide Parmigiani. And they have an incredible selection. I didn't even have the chance to go through them all myself. There are literally almost 300 watches, so we're not going to attend to every single one of them. But there are some interesting watches, some very unique ones, some that have even been withdrawn. Since they're so rare, I'm sure someone already snagged them. But I want to start with that particular picture that I was showing you, which cropped up on John Goldberger's Instagram stories. Apparently, they had a little party in Monaco before the auction. As part of the preview, I'm assuming. And it's a Patek Philippe 1518 party. Just to give you a little bit of context, we have talked about on this channel just very recently, last week, in fact, about the Patek Philippe World Time, and how it set a certain tone for the watchmaker coming out in 1937 and opening it up to this global venture with the takeover of the Stern family earlier in that decade, and leading into an era of grande complication, right? The reputation that Patek Philippe came to establish, came to earn, and came to a certain extent, protect until very recently as the master of complicated watches. So basically, Patek had two models that followed up the release of the World Time. And just a few years later, in 1940, they released this Perpetual calendar watch, 1526. Beautiful, elegant, as always, quite representative of a classic, simple case, wonderful dress watch, a Perpetual calendar, the first in serial production. This is year 1940, reference 1526. And they quickly followed that up by the model that we are gonna use as an entry point today, which is 1518. And 1518, of course, is something that became a Patek Philippe signature, right, in terms of the complication that it put together in that neat package, which is the Perpetual calendar chronograph. Very inspirational reference, very foundational for Patek Philippe, but in many ways quite definitive for what people understand from high horology at this point in time, even in the first quarter of the 21st century. And again, we can talk about anything from that oversized crown to the droop down lugs, that wonderfully designed case, the balance of those hands in matching metal and those that are heat blued, the classic execution of the moon phase, the Arabic numerals that are applied to the dial. Everything, at least in retrospect, looks like very well calculated, extremely well balanced, and tasteful in the extreme, without even, of course, looking into what is in that case, which is a wonderful movement that is finished to a high standard, considering the different age of horology that it represented, right? 1940s necessarily a time for exhibition case backs. The kind of work that goes in the case, that goes under the hood, so to speak, is from watchmaker to watchmaker. It is really about the self-respect and the pride they take in their own work. And and of course, this was a movement that was built on Valjoux caliber, right, at the time, Valjoux 13, which would be replaced, of course, later on in further generations by Lemonia, which will have brought us into the present, into the 21st century. But without getting too carried away in this discussion and waxing poetic about 13-130Q for quantième, this is 1518. You should know that when you look at that picture again, when you look at that beautiful spread on Davide Parmigiani's tray in Monaco, you should know that there are about 280 1518s ever produced, certainly less than 300. So to get that many in the same room of those examples is quite a feat. If I'm not mistaken, most of them are, of course, in yellow gold, but about a fifth of them should be in pink gold, as is this example that you're seeing here that was sold by Philips in 2019. And of course, most famously, there are so far 4 stainless steel versions of the 1518 that are accounted for. You know, possibly there can be 1 or 2 more, but no one quite knows. All we know is that there are about 4 stainless steel ones, about you know, less than 60, maybe 50 pink gold ones, and again about 200, 225 yellow gold ones. So going back to that beautiful story that John Goldberger had on his Instagram today, you see even that inconsistency and patina you see in that close-up, I think is just gorgeous. And you know, probably at that time, those apertures, those openings for the day of the week and month are probably opened by hand. Of course, the dial you have in these beauties is made by Stern Frères, so the family that took over Patek Philippe and to this day owns the Maison. It's just a fascinating reference, and certainly to see so many of them, more than a dozen in a single frame, is quite incredible. And you see that there are at least a few that are pink gold, so it's not just the plain Jane versions of one of the most desirable wristwatches that have been produced in the last century. I know. Well, send money now, as they say, Piruka. This is as much as my current internet connection allows me. Corrado Galizia, welcome to the channel. And Piruka says about that movement that we were just looking at, the 13-130Q, perfect anglage on all bridges. Take that, AP. Yeah. Sorry about the connection issues. At times, let's see. Be better. Okay. It should be slightly better, hopefully. But yeah, let's continue. You see there are a couple that are on matching bracelets and yellow gold. Of course, a couple on lovely crocodile leather straps. And there's that famous pink gold, pink on pink, so to speak, that Goldberger himself photographed in the past. And that's why I suppose he chose to present the pictures he took before. Here's an example with that cream dial on yellow gold. Speaking of the beautiful movements in these 1518s, in many ways a definitive reference again for the identity of the brand today, for what we understand today in terms of high horology, and also in terms of being, of course, the very first perpetual calendar chronograph to be produced in serial production starting with 1941. And again, an absurd macro shot, but it is for you to appreciate how sharp that pink gold case is, to the point that it preserves almost perfectly the hallmark there, certifying that it's 18 karat gold. Reference number, case number, of course, 750. Speaking of the anglage again, on all these bridges, the movement is also numbered and, of course, signed. The balance cock and the regulator. Fantastic. That's that's an interesting conversation, like Piroka. Patek Philippe 1518 versus Alain Gonzo 1815. It's I love the fact that you put these two brands together, two watchmakers together, but also realized, of course, that it is an anagram, right? You know, same set of numbers, just differently placed. Well, from a purely historical perspective, you know how my mind operates. I would rather have the older thing rather than the new Alain Gonzo and a perpetual calendar. Not that I can afford either one of them, but that's another conversation altogether. Let's focus on what they actually have in terms of their offerings for this auction. The Monaco Legend Group auction that is coming up in Hôtel Méridien in Monaco. The thing that got my attention almost immediately, pardon me, was this one item that was withdrawn. So I'm going to start with that. I wonder who bought it. I wonder who is perhaps the lucky new owner. This was a Universal Genève Paul Router sub. Basically the sportier version of that young Jaragenta design, the diver version of that young Jaragenta design that he did for Universal when he was merely 23 years old. This is a piece that has the inner rotating bezel, hence the double crown. Has a beautiful balance. I love the fact that it doesn't have a date indicator, of course. And as it happens, this Type A pole router sub was made for the US Navy, and it carries the mark of that on its back, down to the serial number and the dates, all engraved on the case back. And it is a beautiful aesthetic. Of course, it looks the part of a late 50s, early 60s diver watch. So very plain, nice loom plots against the black background, relatively thick hands for hours and minutes. So something that privileges visibility. I think the size of it is quite quite normal as well. You know, nothing too humongous. So more in the wheelhouse of a Rolex Submariner rather than Blancpain 50 fathoms when you look at the period. But this was a really interesting piece. Clearly mil spec, possibly issued as well, not only made for US military, so US Navy, I should say. And I would be really interested in knowing who actually became the new lucky owner of this piece. And the estimate was quite reasonable, which is not to say that it wouldn't have completely shattered, possibly shattered the ceiling of that estimate. But would have been interesting to see how it would have fared in the auction. But nevertheless, congratulations to the new owner. Could have been fascinating to see. I've not seen any of those before at all. I don't mean the pole router sub in general. I mean specifically one that was actually military issue. So quite rare. And in fascinating condition, really, considering that it's a diver from 1960s specifically. So the lot number one is very interesting. This is a whole case of Jaragenta dials with Disney characters on them. Of course, most everyone who is interested in these sorts of designs is familiar with the Mickey Mouse watch, but did you know that he also made one for Donald Duck, Pocahontas, Minnie Mouse, Snow White? Quite fascinating. And I love the fact that it comes in this plush case. Of course, I'm sure it wasn't necessarily made for this purpose. To my eyes, it looks like a nice little briefcase that was either designed or modified to hold pocket watches, but still beautiful presentation, very unique dials. Not of much use, I guess. unless you want to have like a limited edition for France, where you would actually get these encased with some sort of caliber that you source from a third party. Could be an interesting project. You know, let's remember that these things do get done. I was just corresponding with Bill Sanders, actually, from Watch Art Sci channel. Their project watch, Lyrique Etude number 1, is actually coming to life. They already have a cased prototype. I don't know if it was sent to them yet, but he sent a couple of photos of it and also posted it on his Instagram. And that's a watch, as you guys know, that they designed from scratch. They brainstormed and they orchestrated the design, sourced things from different places. Voutilainen and Catin did the case. Agenhoa did the caliber, so on and so forth. So, hey, maybe the lucky buyer of these dials will decide to make 15 watches. It would be a difficult project to tackle, I think, because these dials are of different sizes, so you can't really go for a group project. You have to be much more customized and bespoke, I'm guessing. But you know, beautiful stuff. They're all mother of pearl, by the way, with those Disney characters printed on them. Too bad they don't come with the matching hands. But anyway. Yeah, NATO says, how the hell would you get the hand? I don't know. Van Lux says, Donald Duck doesn't wear pants. Peeping Time is wondering what happened to Bambi. Are those wristwatch or pocket watch dials? They look quite large. No, they are wristwatch dials. I think the thing that's visually messing with you is probably the fact that this is a pocket watch presentation case, but they're for different case sizes, some large, some small. I think there's at least, you know, there are at least a few there that are made for jump hour complications, and those tend to be bigger, at least in terms of Janta's designs, but even that is not a hard and fast rule in this case. GD says, is this the only channel where you haven't been banned yet? Peeping Time didn't do anything to get banned on this channel. I don't know why anyone would ban him. I don't know. I like to practice free speech, and free speech is more than welcome here. And GD says, a true legend. Real recognizes real, I suppose. You know, there are a lot of interesting watches. I'm not going to stop for each and every single one of them. There are, you know, rather common references with something that is very unique to them that makes it attractive for this auction. They have that sapphire, baguette sapphire bezel Daytona, which is, I'm sure, going to break some kind of record. And it's so over the top, it's so wrong that it's somehow right. I find it to be a very, very sexy watch with the pavé dial and those baguette cut sapphires on the bezel. Again, not that it is any realistic proposition for most of us, but this is the estimate: 120,000 euros to €250,000. White gold, 116589 SACI. By and large, it simply reminds me how much I think the lineup is missing those Daytona references that used to come on leather bands and matching buckles. As much as I appreciate the Oyster Flex bracelets, I think there's still room for Daytonas matched with leather straps in the Rolex lineup. Because Daytona is the kind of watch that's really a universal, so to speak, right? There's a reason why that watch appeals to so many. I think one part of it is the fact that it's a design that straddles classic, if not necessarily formal, chronograph layout. It's, of course, also very sporty. So there are different ways in which you can style it to bring out and emphasize and foreground those aspects. And I feel like, there's still room in the Rolex lineup for Daytonas on leather bands, but it's not like they have a problem moving them. So I guess they will just continue doing whatever they know and they do best. I very much like this sort of design, by the way, like the mid 40s or 1940s in general. A lot of these Gueffrère bracelets with straight end links, matching material, of course, steel to steel. But I like that early evolution of it. This might not be Gueffrère, actually, the bracelet. What is it exactly, I wonder? Speaking of calatravas, of course, this is a very classic calatrava case, except it is executed in the Rolex Oyster style. Yeah, I want to... Is it Iguenin? I don't know. That's interesting. I've always thought that oyster style bracelet is almost without exception made by Gueffrère, but you learn something new every day. Hey, how are you doing, man?
Hello, is my audio okay?
More than okay. Loud and clear.
Oh, perfect.
How you been, my friend?
I have a lot of work right now.
I understand.
Yeah, but life goes on, and I'm alive, so everything's good, I guess.
Thank God. Thank God. Baruch Hashem, as we say. Have you checked out at all this auction house?
No, not at all. Not at all. I just opened the web page the moment you bring it up. Yeah, there are some very interesting. Concerning the Daytona you had before, the Sapphire Daytona. You ever saw that one before in real life?
No, not in real life.
Because I saw it once at a Philips auction, or Christie's, or one of those.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, on the photo it looks awesome, like really excellent. But when and I don't know if I'm the only one who thinks that, but when I had it in my hands and I could look at it closely, I always thought that the integration of the sapphires on the bezel was not the best.
Really?
Yeah. But you
Like
know,
in terms of, you mean in terms of design or in terms of gem setting? Because I would
uh,
be really disappointed if you said gem setting. I trust
yeah,
their gem
I
setting more
think
than.
it's uh, you know, I'm not so sure myself. There might be many things that make me think this, you know, that make me biased over this. First of all, I have mostly been exposed, you know, when it comes to gem set pieces. uh, First of all, I'm not an expert. I see them so rarely. And also, I have only mostly been exposed to very recent models, you know, like
Mhm.
brand new. And they obviously have the very best gem setting ever.
Right.
And these pieces were made in the 70s, in the 80s, or in the 90s. So they are a bit old, and you know, maybe uh, the you know, the metal has been polished a bit or something like this. But
I don't know which one you saw, but this is like a
oh, this
six-digit
is
reference, so it's close
2019.
enough. Yeah,
Ooh.
it's close enough.
Oh, I
So
saw some very vintage ones. So maybe this one would be really nice looking.
look, I mean, they're just photographs, right? So we don't
Yeah.
know. But from the photographs, this is one I obsessed over. I think it looks almost impeccable, but again, who knows? In
Yeah.
real life, it's a different thing.
Maybe I just saw a funky model once. But yeah.
It,
But
it
yeah.
happens. I mean,
It does actually.
no
Yeah.
no one has 100% batting average in quality control. So I can't vouch for every single thing that comes out of the manufacturer. Well, I mean, I shouldn't use that word when it comes to Rolex, especially in present time, because manufacture implies things being done by hand. Um, and the Rolex manufacturer is, of course, more like a droid
Yeah.
factory than.
Droid. It's a robo factor. It's not a manufacturer, it's robo factor.
Which again, it's not a simple diss, right? I'm saying this with
Oh yeah.
all the love in my heart as a Rolex fanboy. It's just a different approach to watchmaking. But when it comes to jam setting, of course, that's not something they leave to machines.
Of course.
This is a watch that I have never understood in present time, especially because I remember uh, just a few years ago, this was one of the most undesirable things that ever were encased in the Nautilus range. And suddenly you have one here, 3710, with the power reserve, black dial, Roman numerals, and the estimate is 65,000 euros to 130,000 box and papers. What do you think about this, Swiss?
I don't really like it. Um, I like the 3711, you know,
Mhm.
the classic Nautilus. So I guess this is, you know, the exact same, just with another dial and the power reserve indication.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
I think the power reserve is not the main problem, at least for me. For me, there is a very big problem with the dial specifically.
Mhm.
Can you see the imbalance of the lettering on the dial? You know,
Yeah.
of the Roman letters. You can see that there's a big concentration around 7 o'clock, and there's almost
Yeah.
nothing on the other side. It's a big imbalance, and I think it's not pretty at all.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'll say this: Nautilus is not at all one of my favorite watch designs. Right?
Oh,
As
same for me, right? Uh,
as much as I love Gérard Janta, it's not my favorite one of his. But when you're playing with Roman numerals, especially, well, one thing I will say about Nautilus is it is a well balanced design, right? But like you said, when you're playing with Roman numerals, and hey, you'd added a module for power reserve. They could have also eliminated the dates on this one, and that would be a little better in terms of what you're talking about if we actually had the Roman numeral 3 there instead of the dates. The 3 stripes, so to speak. It would have introduced some sense of balance to the dial. It would have restored, I should say, some balance to the all big ears. But yeah, this is a miss for me. It's been a miss for me, but it just explains to you how far the hype can go, because these were literally selling for $10,000 or less just 5 years ago, and now it's 100,000.
Yeah. You know, I once there was the guy who does the appraisal of my watches, you know, for the insurance company. He took a look at my watches to appraise them, and he told me like 4 or 5 years ago, he had to sold a 3711. So one of the very first Nautiluses in platinum, very rare piece, and like very good condition and everything, full set. Someone, it was like a succession, and I don't remember, they were like fighting over it, and in the end they just agreed to just sell the thing. And he sold it for, I think it was 40,000 or something like this. And he said today it would be like 600,000, 700,000.
Yeah, and 3711 is the white gold version, no? Isn't
no,
isn't the steel reference 3700?
It's just sorry, 3700. Yes, just the standard Nautilus, old style, but rare piece in platinum.
The first jumbo, the one that was introduced in 1970.
3700. Yes, I mixed up.
Yeah, I mean, those, again, of course, being the original, they did command some sort of premium, but in that iconic, grayish blue dial, not this particular version. Again, I don't have a particular aversion to it. I don't feel very strongly about it, negatively or positively. But again, it just, to me, shows how much just the larger perception can affect even the most undesirable models if they are on the same wave, riding the wave of the same hype.
Yes.
Because, there's something to be said about common sense. A lot of times it's lacking. On the other hand, when it clicks, it means something, right? When certain models are undesirable, there's usually something behind it, either an aesthetic principle or a technical shortcoming. And for that to be transcended, stars need to align in a different way. And that's what happens with the Nautilus, and specifically with 3710. Stop me when you want to kind of examine a watch close up. I wanted to bring up this Oyster Quartz day date.
Yeah, sure.
Of course, these have been thrust into the foreground in a certain way when Michael Caine's personal one just sold at Bonhams earlier this year. I did a video on that as well, if you guys want to check it out. But they're, of course, much more rare in white gold, as it happens with most day dates. Blue dials are always desirable, and in this case, I know people are kind of divided about diamond set dials. What do you think on day dates?
Usually I don't really like, but this one I really do, because they made it, with small diamonds. What they do today with the recent models, they use those square diamonds with the huge frames. You see what I mean? I really don't like that. It's way too much. Just tiny round cut diamonds and baguettes at 6 and 9. This is really nice. Really nice. I like it.
OG hash hockey, yes, that's because of that power reserve. It is called the Comet. That's the nickname for the 3710. Jumbo is a word that's used quite liberally, right? You know, for example, the first generation of Universal Genève tri-compacts is usually around 35 millimeters, but there's at least steel versions that are 37. Those are called jumbo. Same thing with IWC Ingenieur, right? You know, the original version that had a slightly larger case than what came later is called the jumbo. And the reason that the original Nautilus reference is called the jumbo is because the 3800 that followed upon it was a smaller case. So by definition, the earlier reference became the jumbo.
Do you know specifically why they had, because you know they had the watches in many sizes, but just the big one was named the jumbo. Do you know why? Because all the other ones, they were not automatic, they were manual, and the jumbo refers specifically to the automatic. And because it is automatic with the rotor, it had to have a larger case size. You know, it would stick out on the button because you have the rotor.
That makes sense. So it also makes sense in that way that the next reference, ultimately, they considered it an advance, right? A kind of progress that they finally had an automatic watch at a smaller size, smaller case size.
Yes. So technically, all of these watches that are automatic, they could be considered jumbos. But, you know, we use the term now to really specifically say that very first model. And from those first model, the big one with the big automatic movement inside.
Another jam set, a little more extravagant. This is pushing it for me even, but a GMT Master
Producer Michael watch.
Right. Yes. So lot, what do we say? Lot 34, aka the Producer Michael. GMT Master 2. As you can see, it's that green writing. And in this case, it is actually set with sapphires and
shouldn't the GMT hand also be green? Or
yes, but I guess not in this model, not in the jam set version. I mean, if you there's a lot of should and would and could in this watch. Let's not mess with it too much, but this is this has an estimate of 100,000 euros to 200,000, and the reference is 116759, year 2006. There's meteorite dial. White gold 116519 on the leather strap.
You know, I really like this dial. I'm just not fan of the Roman numerals. Yeah. And they use the Roman numerals because it's white gold, and usually when it's precious metals, they use the Roman numerals instead of simple indices. But I would have really preferred.
Except in this configuration with precious metals, they have done a lot of racing dials as well, right? The oversized Arabic numerals, especially.
Yeah, Correct.
So you would have preferred the normal indexes instead for this?
Yeah, yeah. Or even, with the Arabic numerals, that would be nice. But Roman, I'm not a big fan of it.
I think, yeah, meteorite with Roman, it feels like everything disappears into the dial anyways, which is
Yes.
the center of attention. So I don't know what to think. I think the oversized Arabic numerals could have been a little more prominent. So that's one preference. But like you said, the regular set of applied indices could be just as nice.
Yeah, it
if
should
not
be
better.
it should be fun, should be sporty. It's meteorite in the Daytona.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the estimate for that is 50,000 to 100,000 euros.
I saw this in one of the shops here. They had this one with the bracelet, the full white gold bracelet. It sold for 65, I guess.
Mhm.
So I would say the estimate is a bit generous, but with auctions, you never know what might happen.
You never know. Sometimes,
Yeah.
I think it really depends. Look, at the end of the day, when it comes to that particular level and above, it's a very close-knit circle. Like all these people know each other.
Yeah.
So
They just want to overbid the guy just to piss him off. And
yeah, I mean, I was just gonna say, even before the bidding starts, I think, again, I don't want to imply that they're playing favorites or anything, but a lot of times the estimates are supposed to be conservative, but we are in a different era now. So I feel like sometimes they might, in fact, be a little more generous with estimates if they're dealing with someone who has done a lot of business with them. And that's understandable. I'm not gonna say anything bad about people who want to appease their regular customers.
I mean,
that's what you do.
Remember, I think it was last year when the Hulk sold for $100,000 in Philip.
This is a watch that I really love. The triple date with moon phase. Of course, the lovely thing about Rolex's versions of this is, of course, they are not annual calendars, but a lot of times from this period, even when you have a complete calendar or triple date, whatever you want to call it, you actually have to change at the end of the month. As far as I know, with Rolex's caliber that they were using at the time, you just have to do 5 adjustments, which is the industry standards now when it comes to the triple date. And just aesthetically, I find it really wonderful when you have an anthropomorphic face to the moon. I find it very cheeky, kind of cute.
You know what's amazing with this dial is this dial configuration is kind of unique. No one else has done a dial like that ever, and it's pretty amazing. I love that pointer date.
Yes.
I just really like the concave shape of the arrow and blue color. It just fits so well with the 5-pointed stars.
Yeah, I mean, the pointer date makes it unique because otherwise you can mistake it for 1526, right? Which is the first serially produced Patek Perpetual calendar, of course, but that has the dates in that circle, in that moon phase opening where Rolex has the running seconds. But anyway, the dial design, with the stars and the pointer date and everything, I think it's very special. And sometimes, it is what it is, man. I think the coronet in and of itself has an appeal. Maybe it's because I'm a Rolex fanboy anyways. I always loved the Rolex triple dates. It's
Yeah,
also
I really like it.
something radically different from what we came to know in the contemporary era. So this is an interesting reference for that reason. 6062 from the 1950s, triple calendar, the so-called stellene dial, 380,000 to 750,000 in yellow gold.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. They should do this again.
Right? And
Yeah.
in an oyster case,
Yes, please.
not in Cellini.
Yeah, I had one of those. Once again, I saw it at a Philips auction. They had one of those, and it was in the worst condition possible.
Mm.
Oh, on photo it looked really nice, and I have to say sometimes those photos are really misleading. It looked nice. I just took it in my hands, and everything was so bad. The bracelet was basically decomposing in my hands.
Oh my.
It was like, oh my god, it's really, really in poor shape. But it's still sold for 400,000. So there is definitely people who do not care. They just want the piece.
Yeah, I think it's a mixed bag. The Rolex triple calendars, the Jean-Claude Killies, especially if they are pristine examples, or at least well preserved examples where the dial is not messed with, they can command quite a bit of money, depending on what kind of people end up in that room at the end of the day, because that's what the auctions are about. You have two very apologize my choice of words, thirsty buyers, and suddenly the price can shoot up in a way that you won't see in the next month or within that auction season, where you have the same watch perhaps even in a better condition, and it will sell for less because those two buyers have already been satiated, either left bitterly or already got what they want or overspent. So the other watch sells for much less, even though it's in a better condition. So that's why, you can't take one example from one auction to draw any final, ultimate, grand conclusions. You have to try to take in the bigger picture as much as possible.
Yep.
And really focus actually on like the plain Jane watches that they mix in sometimes, not sometimes, in a lot of the unglamorous auctions. You will find the usual suspects plenty. So you have to focus on those to really see where the trends are going. The exceptional pieces, like this one, for example, I've never seen anything like this.
Okay, I was hoping you would pull this up because I really like this. Like, this is really cool. Super nice.
Swiss, I want to know the story behind this, because this, to me, I might be wrong because I've never seen something like this.
This looks
To
like
me,
a unique
special order. I feel
yeah.
like this is a special order,
Yeah,
probably.
this is
Matching
100%.
cufflinks,
It even has the matching rings
ring.
and cufflinks and everything. This is, or it's if it wasn't commissioned, it was made, as a unique set, for sure.
By the way,
look at the enamel dial. It's it's just amazing.
I was also gonna draw your attention to how the bezel itself is decorated as well. Probably,
Oh wow!
at least by hand guided machinery.
Yeah. This is handmade, 100%. Yeah, that's amazing.
And honestly, I mean, even the color combination, I love.
Yeah.
I
now
guess I could have.
This is cool. This is cool.
Yeah.
I was always thinking, why don't they bring those? How would you call this? Like a cocktail watch, a Sunday morning brunch watch? What?
Well, I mean,
Why
you
has it
can see
disappeared?
you can see like disco valente or something like this.
Yeah. Look! You can even see the shape of the bezel on the ring. Look at that.
No, this is like an incredible
That's
set.
amazing. Yeah, that's amazing.
I mean, it's like very 70s, I guess. I
How
don't
many
even know.
times do you see a ring with a guillochage on it? And the cufflinks too. Look at the cufflinks. Also the cufflinks, they have the
Yeah.
that's really cool.
Look, again, haters gonna hate. I'm sure a lot of people are already cringing, looking at their screens, thinking it's gaudy, etc. I don't care. Um, you know, the cufflinks have sort of a feel of a regimental, but done in the 70s style. I can imagine, you know, I can't even imagine, in fact, how much something like this would cost, even if an independent and certainly not Patek would be willing to do something like this. But you know, you can see some rich guy who owns a club in the Premier League should get a set like this. You know, like the guys who bought Chelsea just recently
Oh,
should get
you
something
know
like
what
this in blue.
you know that old movie, the Nutty Professor, where
Yes.
the nerd transforms into Buddy Love, the super sexy, super confident, super rich, handsome man, womanizer.
Hmm.
Oh, this is this style of watch. It's really, a Sunday morning brunch watch.
Well, I mean, I can kind of imagine still, at least where I live in Southern California, you know, people who wear the Cuban links and
Yeah.
you know, chokers and chains around their necks could certainly pull something like this off. Again, I can appreciate it from a distance. It's certainly not for me, but I love the kind of work that has gone into doing this by hand and matching all these details, including the way that the bezel is echoed on the ring and on the cufflinks as well. It's just beautiful, beautiful work, and very honest and relatively humble estimate.
Yeah, that's gonna go for much more
Of
than
course.
that.
Reference 3588 with a diamond set, onyx and coral dial. The estimate is 15,000 euros to 30,000 euros.
Coral. So the red part is coral?
I think it's.
Okay.
I feel like
Or was it the color?
I'm confused because you know the black does look like onyx. The salmon part I can't quite tell. I have to see it by naked eye, but it does seem to have some sort of texture that does look like a stone
yeah,
rather than enamel
yeah,
painting.
should be a stone.
So it's probably coral.
I don't know.
But I mean, it's probably not coral, but still a precious stone. Let's put it like this, because coral.
I mean,
I don't know if it has that sort of.
just think about this. Of all these watches until now, this is the one we talked the most about.
Right,
That's
but
how cool it
we
is.
are Swiss. We are weird. We are weirdos. We are weird.
Yeah, I know.
You can't take this as as some sort of a trend, but it is certainly a very unique piece. And again, they have so many gorgeous watches. A few different Cobras, by the way, at least two by my count, which is again a design that I love despite myself. Right, it's so wrong that it's right.
But once again, like before, do you see those bracelets coming back, or not at all? I think they should come back with those.
Dude,
beautiful
again,
bracelets.
they can let me pull up the other Cobra. This is a little more unusual in terms of the case design. The other one is a little more round, and I think that could be a better illustration. That Cobra design, I wish the dial was a little simpler, but that Cobra design is actually, it's more or less contemporary with the Royal Oak, and in a way, it's even a more faithful rendition of the whole concept of integrated bracelet, right? You essentially
totally.
you have a bracelet with
the movement inside.
With the movement mounted on it.
Yes.
And I actually, again, I don't love the watch holistically, but the whole bracelet design, I really do adore, and something else can, like that whole braided rope-like texture is quite beautiful. I don't know if you came across these in person, but they're actually really nice.
Yeah, and this is why I'm saying this. I think they are awesome. But even the Patek before, many of them, there are many, many, many on the market for nothing, because they are not considered desirable, and often they are super small, like 30 mil or 32. So my question is, what if they make them in 37, 38? That could be something, because there is no contemporary equivalent of something like this right now, right?
Yeah, Pavel is giving me some references. I spent too much money. Hey, too bad. I tried to save you. St. Peter was saying about the Patek that we were looking at, the 3538. I would wear this watch.
Me too.
I would wear it too. I'm not sure if I would.
Yes.
Right. And the ring. Not all at once, probably, but you can separate them out. I think that even that ring, on its own is quite a statement. Polo player to match his horse silk. Possibly. Maybe it was something like that. St. Peter says about that, could be natural color. I had a shirt like that in the 90s. You can't resize these. You can, but you can make them smaller. You can't really make them larger. I mean, that's a lot of work and could be a very expensive kind of work. Bezos,
right.
Welcome. You can resize them, but like Swiss said, the problem with these kinds of integrated bracelets, whether we are talking about the earlier Patek or this Audemars Piguet Cobra, is a lot of times they're cut for smaller wrists. The chicken had less hormones then. People were a little more slim, more slender. So a lot of times those bracelets are cut very small, and that's usually the problem. I have puny wrists, so for me, it's less of a problem. But again, I have never taken the plunge on a watch like this, but never say never. The caliber, of course, in these belongs to the legendary tradition of Jaeger-LeCoultre caliber 925. It's a derivation of that, in this case 2121.
Automatic movement.
To this day, the thinnest automatic movement with a full rotor. People have done thinner with micro rotors, of course, but 925/2121 is still the thinnest automatic caliber with a full rotor. So it has the same caliber, basically. The Cobras are contemporaries with the Royal Oaks. They have the same caliber of caliber. And they're also integrated bracelet watches. And to this day, they still present decent deals for what they are. If it tickles your fancy, it's an interesting watch to own. This reference also comes with more plain dials, 5403 BC. Too bad that they didn't have they didn't open the case back for at least one picture. I would have loved to see it, to show quickly everyone what what is beating inside, but maybe with the other earlier example, they have done that. No.
Oh, this has a manual movement.
Oh yes, it's not K2121. There's the King Midas 4315. Speaking of integrated bracelet watches, another design attributed to Gérard Jantat for Rolex. I love the urn. That is the presentation box. Have you seen those? Swiss? Oh, you came back?
Yeah, I don't know what happened, but...
Have you seen the King Midas presentation boxes?
Yes. Yes.
Too bad this one doesn't come with one, but this is the chalice or the urn.
Yes.
That come in. I'm guessing this is probably Alcantara inside as the lining. Yeah, it's maybe this one too came with the urn originally, but it is now held in the British Museum. They stole it, just like the Elgin marbles. Well, joking aside, no offense, our mates across the pond. This is also quite a quirky but interesting watch. I know OC, who is in the chat, in the audience, has one in his collection.
Yeah.
I know people have very strong opinions about engravings on the case band, whether it comes to the name of the brand or name of the model. I find it just right when it comes to something that is as quirky as this. And even the imbalance of that, like, you know, the irregularity of that writing is somehow charming to me.
Yeah, it just shows you that it's done by hand. You know, you can see there's a small spacing between the N and the G. You know,
Yeah.
It's nice, and I really enjoy that they hid the crown on that piece.
Yes,
I think this is really the iconic thing about this. You know, it's really nice.
and it was cool before Rihanna wore one as well, but I guess that helps. Reference 4315 in yellow gold, 15,000 to 30,000. I think they have gotten it mostly right. But it looks like it's in pristine condition, so I wouldn't be surprised if it went for a little more than 30. I mean, look at how sharp everything is.
Yes. Yeah, it looks good.
Right. Something like this, for example, you know what I was saying about something more plain Jane. Again, for me, it's one of the icons, 1016, right? The quote unquote original Explorer reference. But when I look at auctions and trends, those are the kinds of things that I look at. You know, a 1016, a 5513, or a 1675 with an aluminum bezel, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, what in decent condition. I think the way those end up going for is a better indication of.
They basically set the trend for the rest of the watches. You know,
I don't want to say that, but I think, like, you know, when you want to kind of take the temperature
or like
of
a good
the
representation.
market, I think so. That's my opinion. Again, you know, I don't mean to impose, but I think looking at some of these staples, some of the usual suspects in decent condition, nothing full set or impeccable or with amazing provenance, just something that is a good representative for that reference, which in this case is this 1016, comes with papers. I think this could be an interesting way
And the
to see.
extra link. Mm.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I think it's a beautiful watch. I mean, a 4-digit Explorer is a classic. It's an icon. This is the Sodalite dial.
Yeah. See, if you use those numerals right there on the meteorite dial, that would be super nice. I think much better than Romans. I think this is a cool dial.
I think so. And again, you have something very special. I think white metal can go both ways, but when you're looking at a Rolex, and when you're looking at a Rolex quote unquote professional watch, sports watch, you have it in white metal, you want something sporty, like you said, So especially when you have a special dial like meteorite, sodalite, you might as well go with Arabics. In this case, it's basically on the other end of the spectrum, right? I mean, this 60 second Arabics, I think they are basically on the other end of the spectrum compared to Roman numerals, and I like this better than that. Better than the Romans.
Yeah, of course.
And again, great condition. The case is extremely sharp. Doesn't seem like it has seen polish. Has the original sticker, whatever that means. But this is a nice example of the 16519 white gold on leather strap, matching buckle, sodalite dial, and
that's a nice watch. Yeah.
50,000 to 100,000 estimated value. We'll see how it goes.
It's expensive.
Papers as well, sold out of Paris, from a store where they really gave a lot of thought to the name and branding.
Les montres. So les montres in French is watches. You have a store that sells watches? How do you call your store? I know. Let's call it watches. There we go.
Look, I mean, to me, it's actually pleasantly surprising, because maybe it's just my own provincial origins, but I always, and I go to Paris always with this feeling, it's the ultimate metropolis, right? It's about extravagance. It's over the top. So from a Paris watch shop, I expect a little more than just Le Montre. But anyway, it might just be my own country bumpkin origins. This is a beautiful Cartier tank, classic size, yellow gold, lovely leather strap. Not that there's anything original about it, but one of the things that I love about auctions and the old school auction catalogs, like real paper catalogs, is this mode of presentation. It always evokes in me these feelings of excitement and heightened emotion. But anyway, I love this one, of course, matched with a proper sapphire cabochon on the crown. Original buckle, of course, the déployant. What do you think, by the way? Some people can't do without. When it comes to Cartier, do you like the tank buckle, that classic. What do you call it? I suppose it looks, like that sharp edge kind of thing. The tank buckle or the déployant buckle? Which one do you like more when it comes to Cartier?
I'm not sure, really. There is something I do dislike very much with Cartier, and I don't know if they used to do this, but they do this on their, contemporary models
Mhm,
today. They So to size the the leather bracelet,
mhm,
they put it through the buckle and then fold it backwards, back into the wrist.
uh-huh,
So I guess what it does, it does not come back, outwards. It's folded inside. But I think this is so bad because then when you resize, um, you resize the leather bracelet band, then you
mhm.
have this big crease, this big mark of where it used to be folded, and I think it's meh, big meh.
Yeah.
I really dislike that, but
Yeah, I mean, look, there's something to be said about déployant buckles. When they are well executed, they give the most beautiful aesthetic appearance on the outside. They wear more comfortably than any other um, bracelet for the most part, or strap for that matter. But for most purposes, when I'm wearing a leather strap, I usually prefer a tank buckle. Um, and the Cartier one is so characteristic that it's also very widely copied, and it basically looks like their logo, right? Their C, that's like a wishbone in a way,
Mhm.
right? Like the chicken bone, um, and has this protrusion in the middle. I find it just beautiful and very classic. Let me see also just it's a direct image of that Cartier buckle. Yeah.
Yeah, the thing is with the tank buckle is much more practical.
Yeah.
When you have a déployant, you always have this risk that it might dig into your wrist, or it's just not comfortable, and yeah, it's just more practical to have a tank buckle.
Yeah, I mean, I love this. I love this simple tank, 90s. It's not particularly vintage. It's not particularly special, but I mean, it is special in the way that I think these icons, when they're well executed, are special. I like the way that the Heathwood hands play with the sapphire cabochon. It's a classic. Um, 4 to 8,000 euros, probably one of the more affordable and reasonable watches in this catalog. Um, should be should be again a decent indicator of where things are going.
For a gold case, that's pretty good price.
Yeah, as much as it stays in that estimate, and I think it would.
Yeah,
Um, did you see this one? Were you already
yeah, yeah,
connected? Yeah,
yeah.
man. Um, I'm not actually even surprised that it was withdrawn because people already love Universal Genève. People already love mil-spec watches. The estimate itself seemed crazy cheap. Um, in fact, I had my eye on it. Basically, I was gonna try to bid on it, um, but too late, I guess. Yeah, this is a very beautiful watch. I find it very well balanced.
you,
Probably
you,
at 30. Sorry, go ahead.
you think someone went to the guy and made a crazy offer even before it began?
I think so. I
Yeah.
honestly, I doubt. Look, there can be a number of things, right? One thing that might be maybe there was something shaky about the provenance, and they pulled it. Maybe the seller, the consignor, had second thoughts. It's possible, but I think the more likely option is what you just said. Someone knew that this was going there and made an offer that the consignor couldn't refuse. I mean, it's in great condition. It has provenance. It's Universal Genève. It's a Paul Router sub, which is a model that has really gained leaps and bounds in terms of valuation recently. Because, you know, people love Paul Routers, but people are more into the complicated universals in general, right? You know, people love the chronographs, the Eric Claptons, the tri-compacts, even the compacts, space compacts, you know, the diver chronograph. But the uncomplicated, the three-hander watches have recently started really picking up. And this is, I think, something that the right person would want to pay multiple times that estimate. I mean, I've seen plain Jane Paul Router subs go for 15,000 just because they're in good condition. So, you know. Again, not a huge fan, but I'm glad they have a whole set here of 4 enamel dial calatravas. Well, in fact, it's cloisonné.
It is cloisonné enamel. That one is pretty nice. I like.
Oh, this is a nice touch.
That's really cool.
That they reflect the design on the micro rotor.
I wonder if each one of them has a different pattern.
Yeah, let's see.
Oh, they don't show it. Oh, no. Shame on them.
No, but even if they all have that same floral engraving, I think it's still a nice
it's still really cool.
Of course, pre 2009, still that hallmark of Geneva present on the caliber. 5075 G. I'm not going to go through every single Latin name for the species, but well proportioned, comes as a full set. 200,000 to 400,000.
Yeah, it's probably not that expensive, but it's so expensive.
Right.
Man.
This is Lange und Söhne military issued watch.
With issued, a dark past.
Yes, issued to Luftwaffe. So it is what it is. The onion crown, the losange / diamond hands, fixed lugs. It's I want to see what they say in the description, of course, but the dial is in a pretty good condition. Of course, it's patinated, don't take me wrong, but it's not restored, which still makes it interesting. So this is a Beobachtungsuhr. It's a Beobachtungsuhr that was issued in the context of the World War II. It's a navigator's watch. It's a pilot's watch. And like Swiss said, it's a watch with a dark past. I'm actually sure that it's going to go well over this relatively modest estimate of 3,000 to 6,000. What does it say? Preserved in exceptional condition, still fully intact. Yeah. Look, sometimes you have to read between the lines, that sometimes they say things like in these lot essays, doesn't bear the marks of a heavy restoration, which you have to read as it's restored in some way. Right? So,
Yes.
um, I haven't given a full reading of this one for obvious reasons, but I wanted to just put it out there. I
Yep.
do a lot of Lange und Söhne on this channel, not this one. Um, but again, one thing I do appreciate about Lange is that they have moved away from this. They could have also, like IWC, still built their entire brand image around the big pilots or pilots' watches. So at least they don't do this in the present. So I appreciate Lange still. IWC, I have a whole case against them at this point, but it is what it is. Another beautiful Cartier tank in platinum this time.
Oh, that's really nice.
Yeah,
And a
lovely guilloche work.
beautiful guillochage on the dial. See, those Roman numerals are perfectly balanced. Why did Patek do such a bad job on their on their 37? What was it? 37
10.
11 10 37.
3710, the comet, so to speak. Yeah. Look, I know this is kind of a platitude, and we need to unpack it in a way, but I'll just say it in one sentence, two parts. Patek is a watchmaker. Cartier is a designer. It's sometimes as simple as
Yes.
that.
Yeah, obviously.
But of course, when it comes to tanks, and I'm talking about all the different variations, one of the things that they do with Roman, they don't just have Roman numerals, right? The way they elongate Roman numerals, depending on the case size and shape, is almost always perfectly proportioned. So, as I have a lot of respect for Patek, but I wouldn't compare them when it comes to that to Cartier. Of course, the Cartier Paris signature, that hidden signature at 7 is there as well, as you can see. The V of the Roman numeral 7.
Talking about that, it's also really interesting to see the watches that didn't work, or that were pretty much a flop, even for a brand like Patek or Audemars Piguet, or one of the best. Just to remind us that obviously they have the iconic Nautilus line, and they did try to do something something here, something there, and in the end they just saw that people wanted the classic, and
Yeah, thank you, by the way, Palwe. Yes, please do follow me on Instagram. I have recently passed 1,000 followers there, which is, for my small fry proportions, is a huge achievement. Thank you for your kind words. The tank is always perfect for a Hawaiian shirt. That's why Weiko loves his Cartier. He's a master of the Hawaiian shirt. I appreciate that guy. But yeah, I love myself a tank, even though I'm mostly a reverso guy. Still, there's a lot to be appreciated about the Cartier and classic sizing, precious metal. And this is from 2000s, actually. 10 to 20,000 euros was the estimate. Again, feel free to stop me if and when I pass by something interesting.
I think you can go all the way back to where we were. Yeah. Well, there is this, the Tortue minute repeater. Number one.
I was gonna actually, I think we have focused on this. So I'm gonna just continue, but I was gonna talk about the Cartier Tortue monopusher, the monopoussoir.
Is there a monopusher for sale too?
No, not in this auction, but
Oh,
I was
okay.
somehow inspired about it because it has, at least in the modern iteration, it has a nice history that kind of resonates with independent watchmaking because Denis Flageolet and F.B. Jean were involved in developing the caliber for the reissue of that watch. Anyway, here is the Cartier Tortue, which was one of the first wristwatch designs they had after the Santos, of course. And its name comes from, of course, a turtle, the tonneau case that was really popular in the 20s. Kind of had a comeback with Frank Miller, I guess, in the 90s, but it's not that well liked today. I find this watch, I don't know, very, very charming always. This is one of the rare times that I actually don't like the strap they chose to present something on. It feels very washed out. I wish they had some sort of contrast. The bridges all carry the Cartier symbol, which is, a nice touch. Not the most intricate decoration, of course.
Right, but if you look at the anglage, it's like really well done. So
Right.
there is nothing to say about, the quality is there. Obviously, it is a minute repeater after all, and
And you can see the gong, of course, all around here. And you can see the hammers right here. And I like the architecture of this movement in particular. Kind of a romantic gesture towards wrist pocket watch movements as well, with those skeletonized finger-like bridges. And I've never actually listened to a Tortue minute repeater, but for some reason, the case shape makes me think that it would sound nice. I might be completely wrong.
I think I heard it once, and it wasn't that good.
No?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not a minute repeater expert, I
Neither
don't
am
listen
I,
every day
to
to,
be
oh,
fair.
let's listen today to.
But usually people privilege round watches in terms of their, in terms of the way they resonate. But yeah,
Yeah.
I thought this would be, the reverso was okay, but I think it's too slim and too rectangular to produce the
You know,
classic minute repeater sound.
these
So
days
this,
they have these
go
days
ahead.
they have those crazy technologies like JLC. They actually attach the gongs on the crystal that resonates. Patek
Right.
just came out with this minute repeater that has like a hollow case that also resonates. There is, AP has their super sonnerie technology. they all have now crazy innovations to make them sound much better.
The LUC Strike One, for example, that's again a great example of it, because it's equipped with sapphire gong and crystal, again, like kind of integrated that way. That had a beautiful sound. They have a nice boutique here in South Coast Plaza. That's a little bit of a drive away, but still close enough. But yes, the one thing I like about this particular Tortue is, again, the guillochage on the dial. The rosette kind of design is really appealing, and the Breguet hands are always a nice touch on this sort of classic piece. Yeah, somehow that slider also fits with the case shape. I feel like this is made to be a minute repeater, but again, I've never listened to it, so I can't really say anything definitive. In white gold, 2512 C, 90,000 to 180,000 estimated value, lot 62.
Yeah, I think that's a bit generous. I would say between 60 and 100.
Again, I think, like you said, it might be a little optimistic and even wishful, because the Tortue has been enjoying a kind of renaissance in the recent years. We'll see. I think, I don't know. Again, people are going crazy about the monopusher. I guess this is a number one. That might be of interest to some collector. We'll see.
Oh, definitely.
I love these. The Audemars Piguet Perpetual calendar, kind of a curved rectangular case, Breguet numerals, feuille hands.
Yeah, I also enjoy that. That's really nice. And recently I saw a friend, and he has a Patek Gondolo salmon dial. Just
Yeah.
simple Gondolo.
The
Really
8-day
cool
power
watch.
reserve one, right?
Yeah, really cool watch. Really cool. That you never hear anyone talking about.
I love it. I have one on. I have like a wrist roll on my channel. I love that watch. Actually, I would love to own one. The reason that Swiss said the simple one is because a very popular gondolo with the salmon dial is, of course, the tourbillon one.
Yes.
But yes, it's one of the great deals in the world of Patek. If you actually like the rectangular shape, let me pull it up.
Yeah, and they used to do this. Today they don't really do it anymore. They used to. What they would do is they use the tourbillon, but they don't show it from the front.
Yes.
The only way to know that there is a tourbillon is because it's written on the dial tourbillon. Yeah, that one. That's such a cool watch.
Yeah, the movement is beautiful too.
That is really cool.
White gold salmon dial, which I think is the best contrast. 8-day power reserve, beautiful hand movement, hand wand movement. Just a very nice wearable dress piece. And again, yeah, when it comes to Audemars Piguet perpetual calendars, of course, you might find an even better deal when it comes to either the 4-digit reference. I think it's 5548, I want to say. Or better yet, let's see, the 25, what was that? Perpetual calendar. Yes, the 25657. You might even find a better deal economically, but somehow I like the Edouard Piguet a little more, just more unique as a watch. Yeah, again, very simple, very elegant. Here in yellow gold, reference 25682. You can confirm this, perhaps. I've always heard that in the 80s, Audemars Piguet was selling like 2/3 of the perpetual calendars that were coming out of Switzerland. Is that true or just an urban myth?
They were selling 2/3.
Yeah, I heard some outrageous amount like that. Like, you know, Audemars Piguet in and of itself was selling the majority of perpetual calendar wristwatches coming out of Switzerland in the 80s.
Oh, they were definitely the best at perpetual calendars. I don't know if they had such a strong, part of the market, but they were definitely the best.
St. Peter says, will you be submitting design for Royal Oak Open Design Competition? Did you hear about this? The wrist check competition with...
Yeah, I saw it.
Hey, my reaction to this was like, I'm sure someone can design a better watch than the code 1159. So that's all I'm going to say about that competition.
Definitely.
Some interesting day dates.
Look at the day, the rose gold one. It looks almost like it's made of copper.
Right. It might be just the lighting, but the Rolex pink gold did never quite appeal to me. I have to be honest with you, Swiss. Yeah, I love their white gold, but their pink gold is not really my thing. This is 10 to 20,000, lot 78, a 4-digit day date in pink gold. And of course, they're a little more rare than the yellow gold versions.
Yeah, it's about right.
I actually love this white gold with the chocolate Stella dial. Kind of has the tropical feel.
Look at the size of the crystal.
Yeah, the top hat, as they call it. And this is a very optimistic estimate, but we'll see. 40,000 to 80,000 for lot 80.
It looks in very good condition.
Looks in impeccable condition, but
is it a very old watch? Is there a date?
70s, I think. 73, it
73,
says.
yeah, okay.
But yeah, I mean, all the hallmarks are pretty sharp.
Yeah.
The dial looks like it is in an impeccable condition.
You see how the indices are raised like that? I really like that. Really brings three-dimensionality to the dial. This is good.
Amazing. And again, the tritium can age in all sorts of ways. It can fall off sometimes when it comes to these small dots. But hey, everything seems perfect on this one. And like you said, maybe that can in and of itself compounded with the rarity, the combination of the Stella dial, white gold, it can perhaps fetch somewhere in the middle of this. I'm sure it won't make it to 80,000, or maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. We'll see.
Yeah, I don't know. This is Monaco we're talking about. It's all the richest people in the world, basically in one place.
Did you see all those 1518s? Like, there was like 15 in one thread.
Yeah. Have you ever been to Monaco?
Yes, but I haven't seen that many perpetual calendar chronographs in one frame. These guys, it's again, it's one of those things that they're still somewhat reasonable, but these were so undesirable just
Yes, exactly.
5-6 years ago. You could pick one up for a few $1,000s, let's say 5, right? The two tones were a little cheaper even.
Yeah.
This is the mid-size reference, 36 millimeter case, wears really well, really bigger than what you think is on paper. Certainly perfect for my wrist. In a way, even better than the jumbo, to be honest. The estimate is quite reasonable. I think they sell for $15,000 to $20,000 anyways. $10,000 to $20,000. 14790 SA, the two-tone mid-sized Royal Oak from 1994, lot 83. Famously worn by Prince Michael of Kent over the years in this exact configuration and reference number. And the dial actually looks quite impeccable.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it looks like a neo-vintage watch in the best way, like screams 90s. And I mean, it helps that it's two-tone, of course, but
yeah, and it's 36. It would fit my wrist, actually. That's pretty nice.
yeah, same. I just actually today I was visiting a dealer friend, and he had an exact reference like this with a more patinated dial, two-tone. It's just perfect. Oof.
Ooh, no. Oh. Yeah, look, once again, the diamonds look really nice on this because they are like, subtle, more or less. I don't know if a diamond can be called subtle, but
Are those
think,
sapphires or
yeah,
diamonds?
sorry, yeah, precious stones.
Yeah, of course, you have the khanjar, the crossed dagger, insignia of the Sultanate of Amman.
Yeah, could be blue diamonds. Who knows?
I think it says sapphire in the listing, but again, I might be wrong. I think it's a very rare combination. I'm not gonna nitpick about the colors and the choice of stones, but this I can easily see.
Yeah, it's gonna sell for sure. It's
Within
gonna
the
sell
estimate,
for
yeah, which is 60,000.
When there is something like this, there's there's a crazy sheikh who just wants all the khanjar watches.
Or, well, I mean, is the name of that crazy sheikh John Mayer? He likes his yeah, this is a nice watch, and again, the cross daggers. I'm kind of partial to it as well. It's beautiful. And a white gold, I don't know. I guess, for me, I almost always associate Rolex with white metal. So even when it comes to the day dates, I warm up to a white gold one much easier and much more quickly. So to me, it's a nice watch. It's a cool piece. Oh, this is cool as well. And it's presumably the way they present it, at least, it's a factory dial.
White
racing
gold,
green.
they just...
Is it white gold?
That's interesting, yeah.
Oh, yeah, it does say
That's
white gold.
interesting.
I thought it was stainless steel. But, yeah, if this is a factory dial, racing green, that's...
I really think they should bring back the full gold Datejusts. They were so cool, so nice. Very rarely, very rarely you see, sometimes even today, some day dates with a full gold oyster bracelet,
Mhm.
which looks really cool. I think they should bring, a full gold Datejust with oyster bracelet.
Mhm.
That would be really nice. Because they used to, the Datejust in the 80s, they used to do it in gold. I think Martin Luther King was wearing a full gold Datejust, famously.
Right. And
It was like the Rolex. It was the Datejust in gold.
and
Gold
so did Castro, by the way. Castro had a Datejust of his fitted with the so-called president bracelet as well. Because people always recognize it, mostly seeing the bracelet as a day date. But someone who is a real historian actually came up with better pictures and discovered that it was a Datejust fitted with a president bracelet, El Presidente. Don't they still do a full gold Datejust on Jubilee? If you configure that on the day date page on the Rolex site, I'm sure it lets you. They're rare. ADs don't order them.
I don't think so. They do, how is it called? Lady Datejusts, but that's not what I want.
Well, Lady President, so to speak, right? The 26 millimeter
Yes.
ones on a full president bracelet. Yeah, I mean, again, I find them extremely elegant for a woman's watch. I don't usually like to categorize things that way, but when you go to 26 millimeters, by all means, I think that is a proper lady's watch. Always says, my ID told me that the full gold Datejust are just so unpopular. Once they accidentally ordered one and nearly made her lose her job. It's possible.
Let me Google this.
But yeah, if this is an original dial, lot 90 looks quite beautiful. I thought it was stainless steel. Surprised positively to see it's white gold, 1601 with the racing green or British green dial. Beautiful, 1975. You have a Surti dial, full gold, GMT Master 2. You have a Royal Eagle.
I love Vacheron, but I really don't like this watch.
Really?
Yeah.
290. It's 290 for you?
It's a combination of the numerals are a bit too funky, the tonneau shape, which usually I don't have anything against it, but I think it doesn't really work. The lugs are so pronounced. The lugs are huge.
Which is, in a way, that's the most Vacheron thing about this watch.
Yeah, true. Yes, and I respect this watch, but it's just not my taste. And they used to be, look at the price. They used to be so cheap, so cheap.
In steel, they're still sub 10K, I have to say, and And it's not, again, it's nothing to write home about. You really have to be in love with the design, but they do have the same Patek Philippe caliber chronograph for the stainless steel version that powers that same generation of the overseas chronograph. So if you actually like the shape, if it appeals to you, it kind of has the 90s Frank Muller kind of vibe. If you're into it, the big dates, the in stainless steel, there's the chronograph function. Here it's you have the chronograph, and in some precious metal versions, you have a day date rather than the chronograph in the 3 registers. So that's an option as well. But yeah, it looks more like a Frank Muller than Vacheron Constantin, to be brutally honest with you. I like it, but I know it's not like you are a committed fan of Vacheron, right? So you have certain set of expectations.
But
And
I mean, it's just a design thing. If you look at a close up, you can see that the dial is like perfectly done with a nice pattern on the dial, and everything is perfectly done. See the
kind of like a pyramid / Claude Paris decoration.
Yeah, and look at the small seconds with that golden circle. It's beautiful, amazing.
Yeah.
It's just the whole combination of all the designs that
it's a little too over the top, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I understand that. I mean, I like this in steel. I should actually have.
Yeah.
Let me see. I might have it at the ready, because I was planning to talk about it. And it's really it's a vibe, right? With that kind of neo vintage style bracelet as well. It is, it's a certain kind of watch, right? You really have to be into it. But I do like the dial. I like the big date. I like the case shape. Not a huge fan of the bracelet, but somehow really goes with this watch.
It does. Yeah.
Don't forget Austin Daniels. I don't know who has a problem with Austin Daniels.
I think they are having a conversation in the chat.
I'm fine with Austin. I don't have anything against them at all. This is 3800, the mid-sized version of the Nautilus with a diamond set dial rather than the usual.
Yeah.
Honestly, I've always felt that between the more angular shape of the index markers and the more rounded, somewhat elliptical shape of the hands, I've always felt an imbalance on the dial of a Nautilus. So somehow this dial appeals to me even more on a Nautilus than it does on a Royal Oak, because they do something like this on the Royal Oak as well sometimes from this period. But still, I mean, it's just, there's just too much negative space left this way. And I already don't really like the design. That date looks so out of place. I even despise the font. I mean, I can't find enough bad things to say about this one. But yes, again, I will say the best thing I can. It's a very balanced design.
True.
Lot 103. This is mid-sized Nautilus with a diamond set dial, 3800 from year 1990, fully executed in platinum, so quite special and rare even just for that. 100,000 to 200,000. Comes with the extract from the archives. Ooh. This is kind of the transitional reference, world time, 25-23. The double crown.
Yeah.
While they were basically switching from the original Louis Cartier design to the pusher execution of the later versions of it, they had this double crown. Of course, the crown at 9 o'clock helps you adjust the city ring. I adore the tulip hands on these. Double signed by Tiffany. 25-23, lots 104. The estimates, hurts to look at, 1.8 million euros to 3.6 million euros.
Isn't there a similar Patek that sold for like 7 millions like a year ago?
I think so.
Was it a similar model? I think it was also one of those double crown roll times.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so this is the reference that followed 1415, the original serial production Patek Philippe World Time wristwatch. And I mean, it's still, by the way, I don't want to mislead, it's still a Louis Cartier design and execution, but a different case, bigger case, and you know, a little more modern, but still before they went into the design with the pushers. And I guess also it's the double signature is important here to establish that sort of value. A lot of beautiful tanks there, smaller sized. Ooh, this looks nice.
Yeah, I think it's a bit over the top in my opinion.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, if I didn't recognize the case shape, I was gonna say, is this Harry Winston or something? But it is Daniel Roth.
Okay, I wasn't expecting it to open like this. That's
me neither.
I was like, what's going on?
It's really an intricate and beautiful watch. Again, like you said, quite over the top. You know, even the tank buckle is set with diamonds.
Yep.
But hey, it's also a number one. I like that cobblestone like decoration inside the carriage.
Yeah,
very cool. Very cool. This is lot 112, Daniel Roth number 1, 8-day power reserve, double face tourbillon in white gold, baguette diamond set bezel, pink sapphire set dial, power reserve indicators, full sets, 125 to €250,000 estimated value. There's that quartz ellipse, right? The ellipse beta is the quartz one.
Electronic movement, yeah.
The only thing I like about this is the buckle, which is the ellipse, the golden ellipse shape specifically. But I know probably for the right collector, this could be a very interesting watch. I think there are a lot of, we were just looking at King Midas. of course, we looked at the day-date oyster quartz. When you look into the 70s and 80s, there are actually quite a bit of, like there's the Rolex Texan. So for the right collector, I think they're very interesting quartz pieces that you can pick up. And at least until now, they have represented a certain kind of value. Again, not my thing, but this is certainly something that is of its time. 113, an estimated value of 18,000 to 35,000. It's an ellipse beta with the quartz movement. There we go. This is something more up my alley. 130. That's Vajou powered Patek Philippe hand-wound chronograph in its first generation, in its first iteration of serial production. These are positively diminutive, but certainly something to experience. I tried on one in a Sotheby's auction preview recently, and I think it was a huge influence in me picking up my Lemonia, which is also a small-sized chronograph. I find this really beautiful and elegant, honestly. Very precious, beautiful dress watches, if you ask me. And in the world of Patek collecting, they're reasonably priced. The estimate is, as you can see, 30,000 to 60. I think they're usually more expensive, but the condition of the dial, I think, made this fall a little bit more. It's the size, again, that drives most collectors away from a piece like this.
Yeah.
Lot
15. Yeah.
This is the other kind of gondola that we were talking about.
Exactly.
Swiss, take it away for a couple of minutes. Is that okay? And talk about the gondola tourbillon.
Yeah, sure, if you want. So this is one of the, I would say, most interesting Pateks. I don't know if they still do it. I don't think so. But very, very, it has that very Art Deco design that some people love. Some collectors are completely crazy about it. And as you can see from the front, you cannot say that you cannot discern the tourbillon, but it is there. You can see it through the back, which is an open back, thank God, because that movement is absolutely beautiful. This movement was made by Patek Philippe specifically for this watch. It has a 10-day power reserve, tourbillon movement, small seconds, power reserve. Very, very interesting design. We saw before, we were talking about the other Gondolo, the usual Gondolo, the simple one, which is simple three-hander, which uses generic movement. I think that it's not made by it wasn't made by Patek. I think it's a JLC movement inside or something, a manual movement. This is entirely Patek. Incredible tourbillon with, if you can see, the most perfect anglage. The bridge is perfectly done and rounded by hand. It is in rose gold or yellow gold. I think it also exists in white gold with salmon dial. I think I saw it on Tim Musso once. White gold salmon dial. Gondolo tourbillon is one of my favorites. I'm pretty sure I saw it once. It's engraved in my head like this white gold, or maybe even platinum. I'm not sure anymore. With a salmon dial, absolutely beautiful. Um, Wait, let me bring the page up on my computer. Tick, 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 tick. Where is it? There. Okay, so the estimate is 120 to 240. I think it can be yeah, that's reasonable. It could. I'm not sure about the market for those. They are definitely not the most sought after tourbillons from Patek. You know, Patek uh, don't make that many tourbillons to begin with. So even having a tourbillon by Patek is pretty exceptional. So definitely, some people are gonna go crazy about this watch. I
I
think,
think by the way, yes, I think you're right. The 8-day power reserve, the plain Jane Gondolo with that double stepped case that we looked at. This is a triple stepped.
yeah,
That is based on I think that is based on the JLC caliber 875, which was the 70th anniversary, and which also is in my grand date as well. Um, but yeah, this is a different caliber. 10 days tourbillon, and
I think this combination of the gray dial with
pink
the
gold.
what yeah, and with the contrasting subdials looks really nice.
I think so. Yeah, even though again I'm partial to the contrast of salmon dial with the white metal, this this really just looks very unique, and appealing, at least for that reason. And again, the salmon dial one, I'm not sure how I actually ultimately feel about the blackened applied numerals. That's one thing that I've never quite warmed up to in that gondola. So
Okay,
I like
okay,
this a
yeah.
little better. Yeah, the estimate is for the 5101R, 120,000 to almost $250,000. This is lot 117.
Yeah. Can
And
you just bring the image that I'm it's a image of
of course,
the of the other one, the white gold one.
I can't see it yet though.
Oh no, yeah, it's in platinum. It's in the private chat.
Okay. So this that one is
So it's the same watch, the Gondolo tourbillon, but it is in a platinum case, so even
I think
better.
that's platinum, yeah.
Yeah,
I was gonna say not white
with
gold.
with a salmon dial. It doesn't have the applied numerals. They are yes, they are. They
Airplane.
are applied, blackened, which you said you like a bit less, but I think it's really nice. Uh, we don't have the contrasting subdials, which is a bit sad, but I think it works also very well like that.
I mean, there's
Uh,
still some
very
dimension
great.
added to it by the radial guilloche, so it's yeah, it's still pretty good. Again, I do appreciate the blackening because at the end of the day, that's also some honest work.
Are you showing the? I think it's not showing.
No? Oh, I'm sorry. Right here.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. Oh, this is a sexy watch. I like that.
Yeah, so blackening the metal is, of course, quite an it requires a lot of effort and time, because you have to do it in a way that it doesn't reflect anything, right? So it has to be perfect. So I appreciate that, but not sure if I appreciate the end product as much. Still, I mean, salmon against white metal, I think still is my perfect combination when it comes to a watch in this genre.
Oh, look at that 124.
This one?
Yeah, stainless steel calatrava.
Mm-hmm.
That is very attractive. It's gonna go for much more than that.
Yeah, especially with the Piguet numerals.
Oh no, wait. There's a. It's 28 mil.
And you know what I really like about it? The way, just like the bolts on a Royal Oak bezel, the numerals, which are probably in white gold, they have patinated in a different way than the steel, of course.
It's so well. It's from 1945, guys. It's so well preserved. That is
Yeah,
crazy.
I know it's a small watch, but I think it's gonna
Oh
break
my
that
god.
12,000. I mean, it is.
Yeah, it's gonna go above that. It's so well preserved.
It is minuscule. There is some corrosion in the hands, I should say, but there's just a very warm, pleasing patina to those applied Piguet numerals. It's a stainless steel calatrava. It is a small watch, but I think it will probably go over that 12,000 euro estimate. It's 124, reference 438. Again, the only thing that's really holding it back is the 28 millimeter case size. But a calatrava is a calatrava in stainless steel. Guys, yes, if you haven't yet hit the like button, please do so. Bless you.
Sorry.
Upvote. It really helps, gives me a little more exposure, a little bit more of a recognition. I appreciate you. This is a nice piece, unique piece, with these kind of officer style lugs, like as if it were a pocket watch conversion, sector dial, pulsometer.
It's a mono pusher chronograph.
Yes,
Very interesting.
Everything operated from the crown.
Yeah. Beautiful.
Or wait, is it? What is this? Are these the pushers?
No. This is for officer opening.
Oh, it's the hinge, right? Yeah. It's the hinged case back, right? Oh man,
that's nice. That is really nice.
Yeah, I mean it's like it's romantic in a way.
What movement is that? It's beautiful.
I haven't seen much of anything like it. This is quarter to $500,000.
1928 mono pusher. I mean, who did this in 1928?
Let's see if it says anything. The watch was commissioned. The ébauche for this unusual watch was commissioned by Patek Philippe and made by Victorin Piguet, the company Victorin Piguet of Le Sentier. It must be in the water of Le Sentier making good calibers. Began making fine ébauches for complicated movements for prestigious firms like Patek Philippe during the 1920s. Officer case with hinged back, mono pusher chronograph. again, 34 millimeters for that time period. It's a pretty normal size.
Mm.
Not too small, not too large.
Mhm. Yeah, that's beautiful. Amazing.
Lot.
I would see like Patek themselves buying this for the museum, unless they already
Probably.
have it.
Probably. Yeah, there are not many watches that they don't have at this point, but even they have certain gaps. So, but the sector dial and the pulsometer in and of itself could have made this watch quite special. But the fact that it's, it has this wire lug design,
Mm.
hinged case back. It's a very unique piece. Mono pusher.
Couple Cartier, even.
Yippee tank.
Is it
Américain.
full white gold?
Yes. And I mean, again, it's a very. It seems like
oh yeah, it says 18K.
It seems like a pretty look. Also, right here, the hallmark.
Yeah.
I think it's very reasonably priced.
Oh, totally.
Yeah, especially if it's right in the middle or closer to the lower side.
Yeah,
of
that would be a very good price for a full gold Cartier. That would be nice.
Not crazy about the automatic movement in this one, but it is what it is. Sapphire cabochon, the heat blued hands, the hidden signature at 7 o'clock, the railroad track, chemin de fer. It's a nice piece of design. I mean, I can.
Yep.
We can go on and on. Again, a classic Calatrava reference 96. This is also a small watch, but not a 28 millimeter, guys. This is a 32, so it's a little more reasonable.
But 1950, look how well preserved it is for a 1950s watch.
Mm-hmm.
That is really, really nice.
And remember, again, this is not Rolex, so it's not an oyster case. It's not really the most waterproof and dustproof contraption when it comes to Patek Philippe Calatrava. As beautiful as they are, they're not as water and airtight and humidity proof as Rolex oysters are. But from the profile, I mean, the 96s are just beautiful, beautiful cases, beautiful watches. Again, another stainless steel Calatrava, lot 138. The estimate is 9,000 to 18,000 euro. Reference 96. Comes with an extract from the archives, quite well preserved from a watch that's from 1950. I love this kind of stuff.
Good old Tissot.
Another mono pusher, huh?
Yep. .38 millimeter.
That's respectable, especially for 40s.
Oh yeah, yeah.
and you have just about everything on the dial. You have the telemeter, you have the tachymeter, and it's very well balanced. Again, beautifully patinated. One of the things about these kinds of watches, a lot of the examples you find on the secondary market have restored dials, and if you haven't trained your eye possibly for years, it's sometimes easy to miss. So this is really the kind of watch you would want to buy in a context like this, or from a dealer you really trust. But this looks like a very nice example. Tissot makes very nice chronographs, from the 40s and 50s. Some of them are, of course, with the Lemonia movements. What I really love about the Tissot chronographs a lot of times is this beautiful olive-shaped pusher. I mean, it's just a beautiful watch. Stainless steel, 38 millimeters, so very wearable, almost modern, right? In many ways. That's why they revived something like this just very recently, as you remember. Timeless, with those hands especially. Yeah, just don't strike a pensive pose while you are wearing it. You don't want that radium to seep into your brain. But hey, $5,000 to $10,000, lot 141, black multi-scale monopusher chronograph. Oh, okay. Sorry, it's not monopusher actually. It's one pusher is the olive-shaped one, and there's another pusher on the crown. So the reset is on the crown. It's not a monopusher, but nevertheless, I think it's. I like that slight shift of imbalance on the watch. Nevertheless, of course, it becomes a little less interesting from a horological perspective, but from an aesthetic perspective, still quite beautiful. It's a more difficult and a more complicated implementation when you have a monopusher chronograph for the most part. So it makes them more interesting for that reason. You have a good old Kermit 148. The estimate is between 15,000 to 30,000 euro. 1661 OLV. Lunette Verte. 2003. So the so-called flat 4. This would be interesting to track. I don't know if you can gauge larger trends on this one, but you can perhaps get an idea, depending on how competitive the bidding is, about how much Kermits are going for in today's market. And it's a full set, as you can see, so that counts for something. Rolex 50th anniversary Submariner, the so-called Kermit from 2003, lot 148. Oh, we have another guest, a kind of YouTube superstar. Let's bring him on. El famoso profesor. ¿Qué tal?
Buenos días. Ajá.
Buenas noches.
Buenas noches. Buenos días.
Well, it's certainly noche for me, so I have to recognize that. Almost 11 here. 22.
Well, it's here. It's very early morning.
People have missed you, Professor. They have been clamoring for you. They have been asking for you.
No, really? My goodness.
Yes.
I have to turn lights.
I will just relay this part of our conversation. I couldn't respond to the professor immediately, but he was saying I should become a YouTuber, and I was gonna tell him, "You already are. You're a superstar."
I'm a superstar. My God. Yeah. Well, I don't know about that, but thank you. You're very kind. You are a YouTuber. You are the real one.
But
I'm just a fake one. There we go.
all right. Welcome back, Professor. How you been?
Hey guys. All right. Okay. Good.
Last time when they were asking me about you, I said the professor is professing, doing professorial things. He's properly busy. But I'm glad you could set aside some time for us.
No, of course, always for you. A lot of things happening.
What did you want to talk about? As you see, I've put everything in the back burner the minute you arrived. So
No. Continue with the lotting.
You wanted to continue with the auction?
Yeah. It's very nice. What is this? Time to stop shorting everything, Professor. I read one of the comments. Oh. Yeah. Yes, let me say a few things if I can, if you allow me, about what is happening. The Nobel Prize for Economics went to a group of economists. One of them was the former Federal Reserve Chairman, Ben Bernanke. And it strikes me because he was brought in to avert a crisis, and the only way he could avert a crisis is by creating another crisis. So he ended up creating this huge borrowing mechanism where we will be facing pretty shortly, and the difficulties of that. So I'm not so sure anymore if the Nobel Prize goes to the right people.
Did you? I mean, look, I follow less the Nobel Prize for economics, but I have been tracking kind of the Nobel Prize for literature, the Nobel Peace Prize. It's it's a publicity campaign at the end of the day. They're not rewarding science and art. They're much more interested in giving a certain push or nudge to what are already familiar names.
Yes, or in the case of the economics people, dying names, because you have to be really old and nearly dead to get one. None of them actually get it between the ages of 40 and 50. You get it much later. And for work you did in the 80s, or if you get it now, it's the work you did in the 80s, possibly late 80s. But it is, and I agree with St. Peter that it's kind of it's more politicized than anything else. Yes, and I agree with you.
Look, so I don't know. You wanna say a couple of things about the current situation, current financial situation? Are we right to expect finally a recession? Some have already said that it arrived. Some said it is coming, and the question is really how hard.
Yes, I think that Europe for sure is in a recession. There is no doubt about that. China is in a recession. They just can't speak about that. And I think the US could have a chance to avoid a recession, and now they are entering a recession. For sure, if you are a holder of stocks, you're crying, and in the coming months, you might even cry more because your stock portfolio is down anything between 20 to 30 to even 40%. So the recession is there for those who hold stocks. For those who hold precious metals, the recovery is not coming yet because gold is going down still. And that's due to the effect of the dollar being so strong. But the recession in the US is coming, and you see it in home prices. They're falling. They're going to fall more. Stocks will fall more, probably another 20 to 30%. Watches are not bottoming out. Just to put the link with watches, this is the most ridiculous thing that I hear. They're bottoming out. They're finding a bottom. Really, they're finding a bottom. So if they consider it to be an asset class, assets are falling all over the world.
Can I say something? Look,
please.
Nothing personal against anyone, but now since the last few days, we have finally Watchbox and Tim Masso recognizing that yes, the prices are falling. So that's already an improvement. But we have seen from these gray market sellers, whether we are talking about big corporate organizations like Watchbox and Watchfinder, or the small-time gray market profiteers whose names I won't even mention, they used to say the market is correcting. It's only 20% at most. We are fine. Now they're finally recognizing the prices are dropping. What kind of bargains should you be looking for? People who are in the business of selling the watches and setting the prices are now finally admitting what we have been saying. They're about 3 months late, right? The things that we were saying 3 months ago, they're saying now. So to me, that's an interesting trend, right? The prices have been falling, and I think the bottom has actually fallen off. We don't really know how far the prices will continue to drop. And right. You can dissimulate and you can obscure things by saying, oh, look, you see the Nautilus is still selling for this much, the Daytona is selling for this much, the Royal Oak for that much with the 50th anniversary rotor. You can try to fool people by this magic card tricks, but the trend remains, and the larger picture remains that the prices are falling. They will continue to fall. If you are looking for deals and you are not desperate to buy anything, you can be patient, continue waiting. The winter is coming. I'm not saying this in the popular Game of Thrones sense. I mean it quite literally. Europe is going to be engulfed in a serious energy crisis. It won't affect every single country the same way. Some are more dependent on natural gas than others. But ultimately, that affects, since Europe is an ecosystem, they will all be affected in some way. The gas shortage that is affected by the Russia-Ukraine situation is going to ultimately affect electricity. That is going to affect everything. And ultimately, the picture is actually going to be much bleaker once we make it to the first quarter of 2023. So again, remain patient. It is the economics of thrift, Professor, that you mentioned. People will see that the prices are falling when we focus specifically on the watch market, and they will continue to hold, continue to wait, right? And I mean, I'm not going to specify the name, but I found you, for example, a very good deal on a watch that you were looking for.
You did.
And what did you say?
What did I say? I said no. It's gonna fall more. Let's wait for the next one.
That's it. And
Right
it was considering what they were priced for in March, it was a very attractive price. Very
Exactly.
attractive price. And you said what? I'm gonna hold. You know,
I'm
I
gonna
think they
hold.
will fall even more. So even when very attractive deals come, a lot of the serious buyers say, well, wait a minute. If it has fallen this much, I will wait even longer to see how far, you know, how much longer it will continue to fall, how far it will fall.
Precisely. I think you said it very well. And I think this is what people should do. This is a buyer's market now. Before it was a seller's market for the
Mhm.
last 2 3 years. Now it's a buyer's market, Lloyd, because you have the optionality to wait. There will be plenty of watches out there, depending on what you like. And remember, all of these prices that you see, whether it's that cooked up Chrono 24, the grand collusive platform for all speculators, we only know of the selling price.
Mm.
We don't know what is actually the sold price. It's so we
Right.
know what the client is offering, but we don't know what he sold it for. So that is an important information missing. And that's because the market is not transparent. It's not meant to be. This is not a stock market. You see, in the stock market, both the bid and the offer is transparent. You know what the guy is offering and what the guy is selling it or sold it, you know, for one stock or a lot of stocks. Here, you don't know what's going on. So the 5711 is offered for 140 or 20, right? And you say it's 120, but actually, the guy who is selling it did a back door deal and sold it for 60, for 70. We don't know this. So we don't have this information, guys, and it's not transparent. People just go around talking nonsense. But this is a buyer's market because things are getting bad and people are going to be desperate for money for whatever reason.
Yeah, I mean, why do you think suddenly all the sales associates in the boutiques and authorized dealers started treating people better, like actual human beings, offering them watches? You know, do you think their hearts softened because we entered the holiday season?
So this is an excellent point you're making. I was just taking a walk the other day where I am, and I went to my famous authorized dealer who this time offered me coffee. And this time they said, "Do you want sparkling or still water, sir?" They call me professor because they know me. Hey, professor. Of course, they can't pronounce my last name, which is ridiculous. But they said, "Professor, come." So I went there and they offered me coffee. They offered me cookies, chocolate, steel, and sparkling water. And then I told them, there is something going on here, guys. What's going on? And because the security guard is a lovely guy coming from a region that I know a lot about and I speak his language, he said to me, "Hey, Doc, let me tell you something. We have a lot of watches, but we don't have any customers."
Oh man, I like this atmosphere. Again, look, we are trying to keep our spirits up. Of course, the larger financial situation is not pretty. The picture is
No,
pretty bleak. But when it comes to watches, it is already a buyer's market, which means that you have to stand tight unless you are really desperate, really dying to get a certain watch, and
yeah,
you strike a deal that you are confident will stand the test of time, right? Because sometimes, look, in whatever market, sometimes you know that you are going to keep this watch for the next 5 years, for the next decade at least, perhaps more. And you find the one in the right condition, the best example you can afford, and you actually negotiated and came down to a good price. Whatever. The larger trends in the markets might not affect directly that particular decision. The great example is the way I got my Breguet Type 20. Did I need another watch? Absolutely not. Did I want a Breguet Type 20 for the last decade? Yes. Was it one that was in the great condition that I wanted? Yes. Did it come on a full bracelet? Yes. Did I end up paying even $1,000 less than what I see in the rest of the market? Yes. So I bought it because I know that I won't, even if the prices continue to fall, for a watch that I'm going to keep in my collection for $4,000 for a Type 20, I'll be safe, right? I may have paid, let's say, a little more than what the prices might end up being next year, mid 2023, though I still doubt it. But when we hit 2030, it won't matter, right? So there might be that one deal that you can strike precisely because of this environment. And you have been thinking about that watch, you found a good deal, you have been eyeing it for years, by all means. But we are talking about the larger trend, guys. Of course, people are still going to buy watches. This is a very niche community. A lot of people have all sorts of disposable cash and other kinds of income. But when you look at the larger trends, it has become a buyer's market, which means as the financial markets are trending down, as a recession sets in, as the unemployment numbers might compound this image even further, the prices are just going to continue falling. The bottom has truly fallen out, if you ask me. Big meets, by the way, yes, Mamba, earlier the professor said a few things about Bernanke winning the Nobel Prize in economics. He said basically it was 2 decades too late.
Yeah, and also he was given the prize for a crisis to be avoided, and then he created another crisis on top of it, which is the borrowing crisis in the US. The quantitative easing nonsense, basically, it was supposed to contain, but then he opened the coffers of the government and made the government more leveraged. So again, it was through the infusion of money. And I'll tell you how this relates to watches again. Everything relates. I'll now relate everything to watches, Lord. Because it infused a lot of liquidity.
Wait, Professor. Are you sure? Are you sure you want to direct everything back to Watch Talk? Is this a watch channel or something?
Well, supposedly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Go ahead,
It
please.
is, of course. Because of the high liquidity that entered the market from the crisis in 2009 onwards, right? Remember back then you had Lehman Brothers that failed, and they started bailing out the banks. The banks eventually became bigger than what they were before the crisis. That's a different story. But the way to avoid the crisis was through liquidity infusion into the system. This liquidity infusion created a lot of money into the system, which at some point pushed asset prices upwards from homes to watches to cars. So the demand, for these items became bigger and bigger as there was more money into the market chasing fewer goods. And when you have this, prices keep on going up. So, your watches kept on going up because of this liquidity infusion. And then, of course, COVID that gave people a lot of extra money. And then everybody sat in their homes playing watches and other things. But he didn't really avoid the crisis. He created another crisis, which we're going to be facing in the coming years unavoidably, because this debt has to be paid at some point. It's a tax on citizens in the US, and now it's a tax on other citizens because the dollar is getting stronger, and that has a definite impact on everybody else around the world. For Americans who travel, this is a bonus, this is a benefit, but for people like myself who get paid in other currencies, it's a problem. So if you're an American, quite simply, to put an end to the story, now it's the time, if you want to buy a retail watch in the UK, to be buying in dollars, because your dollar is very, very strong. This is going to reverse soon. I don't know when exactly, but in the coming months. And that dollar will become weaker. And that's when you will see eventually gold prices go up again. But yeah, I don't think Bernanke, again, we said it, it's a very politicized, they had to give it to somebody, and Bernanke got it. I don't think he's a particularly, great economist. So that's the end of that. Thank you.
Okay, I will say something again, very properly watch related, nothing too financial. Big Meat says they're trying to make me buy a bunch of garbage for a mid-tier dress watch. First of all, Vacheron Constantin, when it comes to dress watches, is absolutely top tier. I won't tolerate this sort of trashing of Vacheron Constantin. Get one. Hey, I know you are not a vintage guy, but please do look into 60s and 70s and even 50s Vacheron dress watches that are about 36 millimeter. You don't have the fattest, most gigantic gargantuan wrist. Perfect dress watch from 50s, 60s, 70s, anything with a K1071 or K1072 movements, which is again from that lineage of beautiful thin Jaeger-LeCoultre calibers. You will not regret it. They're still under 10,000 for the most part. You can get a beautiful one in white gold for 8 to 10,000. That's a decision you will never regret. Why play any games with authorized dealers or boutiques? If you actually want a good dress watch, Vacheron Constantin in vintage still offers the absolute best value. No question about it. Patek over, it's a matter of taste. I think actually, Vacheron Constantin certainly holds its own when it comes to dress watches in that era, mid-century. Anyway, I think Vacheron and Audemars with the K1071, 1072 movements, those are amazing dress watches and would dance with any calatrava from the same period. But that's just my personal opinion. We're talking about vintage, my friend. Are you listening? We're not talking about the 56 line. We're talking about 1950s and 1960s true vintage Vacheron Constantin watches, not the current lineup. The current lineup, by the way, the 56 line gets a bad name altogether, but it's only at the very entry level where they have the Val-Fleurier movements. The more complicated 56 watches, like the day-date version, etc., they still have the Geneva seal movement. So it's we can't lump everything together like that. Here's Bob NYC. Yeah, exactly, Big Meech. Don't buy 56. Don't play AD games. Go vintage. Go for lasting value. Bob NYC, there's all this talk out there regarding the watch cartel groups controlling pricing. Do you think it's true, or is it something as simple as the pricing is what people are willing to pay? What do you say, Professor?
Yeah, okay. So this is a basic question in economics. First of all, how do we know this is a cartel, or we don't know if it's a cartel? We need to understand how is the price signaling done, right? Who determines those prices? Is it the market or is it the watch dealers? How many are there? Who are the people controlling these prices? Sitting in the US, you guys believe greatly that the market functions in perfect harmony with the buyers, and this is not often the case. You know, an auction is different because basically you have a starting price and then a final price. Here, you don't know how prices are determined, and they're determined by dealers, right? They're not determined by people who are offering the watch.
Right.
It's determined by dealers, right? And these dealers have a certain amount of consignment. So they're the ones who determine the price. And then the rest of the market follows. You know, for instance, there is a literature, thousands of books and articles written on how a price is determined. And this is not just the market. It's not just the market. So
Can I just add
go ahead.
on that fine point? I think we should go back to something you said just a few minutes ago. There's no regulation, so we can't treat the watch market in the same way we treat the stock market. We don't
Absolutely.
have to indulge in conspiracy theories for that, but it's unfortunately not as simple as pricing equals what people are willing to pay. There's a lot of price gouging. There's a lot of manipulation when it comes to the watch market, especially in the age of social media, where you have either gray market profiteers themselves speculating and trying to influence and hype up certain models and brands on your screens, or YouTubers who are absolutely beholden to those same interests because they are paid by those gray market dealers. And eventually you have a situation where there is, quote unquote, a conflict of interest because the same person who supposedly gives you an opinion about the pricing trends as an expert is also the person who's setting the prices. The perfect example of this, the professor and I screamed about this for months, and time has proven us right. They were coming to your screens at the beginning of this price drop in April, saying it's only 20%. And we kept saying, the professor and I, it's 20% because you made it 20%. It's going to fall further. And who was right? They said 20% because they themselves arranged their inventory and priced everything 20% less. How much less is every single piece in their inventory priced now? I can venture to say at least 30, 35, even 40% in certain models less than how it was priced in April. So once again, there is manipulation, there is speculation. This is not the stock market. We don't have regulators. We don't have people who are overseeing these gray market profiteers, except for citizens like us who are trying to at least draw some attention to the fishy stuff that's going on. So let's understand that they are still playing a part in setting those prices. It's not just the invisible hand of the market that decides, oh, Nautilus is going to be 100,000. Aquanaut is going to be 85. There's no such thing when it comes to the watch. They decide. They are sometimes, you know, I had a professor in college who said conspiracy theory gets a bad rep because in our world, people are actually meeting behind closed doors and conspiring. Hey, so are a lot of the watch dealers. What do you think those WhatsApp groups and Facebook groups are for? they are working to set certain prices in a concerted manner. There is
Yeah.
a conspiracy. We are not just theorizing. So,
Well, let me say something on this. It's very simple, Lord, just to support your case. When you have YouTubers who have their daily programs and they're being sponsored by gray market or secondhand watch dealers, this is not in economics. There is no arm's length relationship. There is a direct conflict of interest. So if there is a gray market or secondhand watch dealer who sponsors you, are you going to go and say that, and then you flip the pages during your show and you show how the prices are on that particular web page for that particular sponsor of yours?
Mm.
Isn't there a conflict of interest? Because you're promoting his products, he's paying you to promote his products and web pages. There is a direct conflict of interest because you're leading people to assume that this is a great price. So you are signaling to people, you're leading to people, and this is collusive. In the stock market, guys, every day there is a conflict of interest and there is insider information. The SEC has certain rules and regulations, but people get away with it at times. Sometimes they don't get away. So you have people who get put in jail and they're fined and they're not allowed to trade. And there is a Chinese wall separating the buyers and the sellers. In this market, of course, it's collusive. There is no separation. This is not a transparent market. On top of it, the watch industry is not transparent. You know, the Swiss watch industry is not as transparent as other industries. For instance, BMW telling you what they sell, because it is a public listed company, they tell you what they sell on each segment. Rolex doesn't tell you because it's not publicly listed. And even the publicly listed ones, like Swatch Group, doesn't tell you how many Omegas they sell from each segment, right? They just tell you the big numbers. So it is not a transparent industry, and there is definite collusiveness, especially at the times like these, because it is a crisis period. Dealers tend to be more collusive because now they need to survive. So they will do the back of the door agreements with everybody else because they need to sell the inventory to people like you and me. Otherwise, they're done. They will be in this crisis done. They won't be able to recover.
yeah. Look, I mean, I think we have said everything we could say about that particular point. It's not so much conspiracy theory when people are actually conspiring, and even in regulated markets like the stock market, there's still manipulation going on. There's still insider trading. So rest assured that something much fishier and much more concerted is going on in the watch market, which is unregulated and largely unchecked, honestly. So it is what it is. This is
And
great
let
information.
me also, yeah, let me
Sorry, go
also
ahead.
say something, Lloyd, about I hear from time to time comments by some people saying, how can you predict the future? How do you know the future? You know, look, we're not predicting the future. And however, economists and analysts in general have evidence, and they have been looking at things for the last 30, 40 years as to how they can predict things within certain reason. We cannot predict what happens 2 years from now, needless to say about 5 and 10 years from now. However, we do have advanced our thinking, both because of mathematical modeling and different methodologies applied. And this is not just in economics, but also in physics and so forth. So we do have models that try to be predictive, and we do have enough data points to show us that the future can be more difficult or more auspicious. So it is not as if we're sitting there pontificating, oh, the future is this, but we have based our thinking on a variety of tools that gives us more visibility about the future. And these are easy things for the average person. When stock markets go down by 20-30%, it's an indicator that things are bad. So that is one forecast point. Secondly, when the GDP doesn't, keep on growing, that's a second forecast. When treasury yields are inverted, that's clear evidence that there is a recession coming. Whether you don't want to believe it or not, that's different, because you are illiterate. That's fine. But if you open any of these newspapers, you will find out that there are certain indicators proving. And when people have less money in their pockets,
some people are going to listen, like you said, nonetheless, to their favorite YouTuber because it's entertaining. Like you said, we are not diviners. We are forecasting things based on certain indicators. We are not looking into the future. We are not trying to. In fact, we are the ones who say, let's try to move away from this fact, from this myth that they have instilled that watches are investment grade assets. So anything we say on this channel is not investment advice whatsoever. What the professor is doing specifically, because it is his expertise, I'm just an average educated person. He is actually a professor of economics. So ultimately, what we are doing is looking at a certain set of indicators and trying to see what we can forecast, right, into the future. Now but this is more like the weather forecast from the last century. Economics is a little bit like that, like the weather forecast in the 90s and 2000s, early 2000s. I would never trust them. These days, they're a little more scientific. You can pretty much know what's going to happen tomorrow. Is it going to rain? Is it going to be a humid day? Is the heat wave hitting in 2 days? You can know these things now. With economics, it's not exactly like that, but you can still do forecasts based on indicators. You can still look into the clouds, so to speak, and discern a certain shape of things to come. You will still be wrong a lot of times, perhaps most times, but that doesn't mean you can't make educated guesses and forecasts based on what has already happened, what you already know, and the traces of things to come. Yeah, Big Meech is still on his thing. I don't even know why you want an overseas to begin with. Again, no offense, but no watch of whatever model or make is worth going into this sort of transactional space with an authorized dealer or a boutique where you will get this piece and that, and then we will put you on the waiting list for this other thing. Forget it. You might as well, again, this is not something I condone, because I simply do not buy watches that are in production still, even a penny over their MSRP. But you would be better off buying things on the secondary market than going into this romantic game of I will buy some jewelry and I will buy this watch that I don't really want, and then this other piece that I was kind of thinking but don't really love, in the hopes that they will give you a third or fourth thing that's actually the watch you want. You will end up spending much more, and it is a human relationship that you need to sustain, right? Something gets in between. that sales associate moves somewhere else, doesn't work there anymore. What happens? So if you are in that,
Good point.
if you find yourself in that kind of situation and you really want the watch, you might as well just buy it on the gray market, because it's really not worth spending that much money and that much time with no real guarantee of what you're going to get at the end. It's just not worth it. But that's just me.
Yeah, you said something very important. And until the salesperson is present. So when I went to this authorized dealer the other day, the lady said to me, "Hey, Prof, I'll be here for another 8-9 months. So tell me what you want, and I'll try and bring it for you before I go." I asked her, "Why are you leaving?" She said, "Well, this thing is gonna die. We're gonna be fired. We're hoarding a lot of watches right now for the Christmas sale. But after that, I'm tired. I've been in this business as head of the whatever AD for such a long time. I'm tired because it's just, it's difficult to be in this industry, and we're into a recession now. And I just want to move on careers and just do something else in my life rather than being harassed by people about watches. So this is to your point that until the salesperson is there, and once they're gone, you need to reestablish that relationship.
I completely agree. I mean, it's again, it's such a delicate dance that I'm, again, it's kind of a chicken and egg story, right? I'm just not interested in pursuing that sort of relationship in a business setting for my hobby. It just seems too much emotional work for no reason. I don't know if that's the reason that I've always gone for pre-owned watches, but it was when I started collecting watches, it wasn't this hard to go into an authorized dealer and get a watch that you wanted. At most, you would wait for a couple of months, and everything was pretty much available a decade ago. So, I'm just honestly, I'm just happy that I don't really intensely desire anything that's too contemporary, too available, and too popular. On that note, John D, I do agree with you. I think Vacheron Constantin, both in terms of their current lineup and traditionally speaking, have consistently produced beautiful dress watches. When it comes to Audemars Piguet, when you start going back in time, when you start going pre-Royal Oak, so pre-70s, their production numbers are so low, even compared to Vacheron Constantin and Patek, that everything that's precious and well preserved can get expensive really fast. So to this day, both in the contemporary lineup and if you go to the 50s, 60s, and early 70s, Vacheron Constantin dress watches, especially with the automatic Jaeger-LeCoultre based movements, the thin dress watches are some of the best deals. I just saw on Chrono 24 one in white gold, perfectly preserved, 60s, 36 millimeter Calatrava style, sell for less than 8K. I think all is said and done, it must have been 7.5K plus plus tax. So you cannot get a dress watch like that from any other quote unquote Holy Trinity brand, vintage or new. So you're absolutely right on point there. I know Big Meech is just taking the piss out of everyone in the chat, but I do want to derive a useful point for everyone else in the audience. To this day, perhaps not for much long, Vacheron Constantin, when it comes to dress watches, presents great value, especially in the pre-owned market. And John D says again, Audemars Piguet once had a beautiful dress watch collection, and some of them are still available in the secondary market, and there are some deals to be found, right? I don't want to discount it completely, but if you go pre-Royal Oak, you know, anything well preserved and somewhat unique and rare can go through the stratosphere really fast. Have become a one-watch brand and really lost their ability to offer options outside the Royal. I think they have kind of lost their edge and imagination, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, there are ways of becoming a one-watch brand. In many ways, Jaeger-LeCoultre was a one-watch brand for a very long time through the 90s and into the 2000s. But they have not neglected everything else while they were doing that. They used the Reverso as a canvas to both display the best horological image of the brand, invent more. They have used that to open other doors for them, rather than being a slave to that image of a flagship watch, like Audemars Piguet has done with the Royal Oak Offshore, and Royal Oak Concept, right? So even when they came up with the code 1159, they had to basically borrow a part of the Royal Oak to make it a little more interesting for everyone else. It seems unimaginative and uninspiring to me.
That is true. By the way, talking about vintage Audemars Piguet, if you guys like to be speculative, you might want to have a look at the AP Star Wheel.
Oh, yeah, they have already started trending up, though. Like, you know, especially since brands like MB&F and Uhrwerk have already gained some sort of mainstream recognition. Audemars Piguet Star Wheel, which was kind of the alpha of that group, started shooting up. But yes, in long term, if you can afford one now, rest assured that over, you know, in the next 2 decades, that's a decent way. Again, speculated, but yeah, it's a decent way to park your money.
Very soon, it's gonna explode. I have some insider information I cannot share.
Yes, allegedly,
but you can imagine something happening,
of course,
which might make the price of that watch explode. I'm just saying that out there.
I mean, look, I don't know if there's any anniversary coming up. When did they first come out with the Star Wheel?
I'm not sure. Let me find this information.
I love, by the way, that you're using a vintage keyboard.
Yeah. Wait, Star Wheel.
1991, it says, the first one. 25720. $1991. So it's yeah, wow, it's already more than 30 years old. Can't believe it.
Yeah, that is crazy. But this being said, I really enjoy this watch. It's really nice and beautiful.
By the way, just so people have an idea about what what this thing looks like, I've already, brought up the image, I guess, in some people's minds in reference to Max Büsser and Uhrwerk and stuff, but this is the watch that we're talking about. I absolutely detest it, by the way, just to put it out there. It's really not my style of the watch, but I can see the appeal. And
with
especially now.
with a so-called satellite, dial. There are some interesting ones where they cover, the entire dial and just leave the upper part. So there is just like a tiny arrow showing the upper part,
Right.
which makes it interesting because then you can have some micro painting or something on the rest of the dial, which is nice.
I think this is the original reference. So, like you said, there are different versions, and look, I think at this time, this is a watch that kind of resonates with a lot of the emergent independents that have started claiming their seat at the table, like MBNF, like Uhrwerk, like some others. Of course, it's kind of 90s, early 2000s with the Ulysse Nardin Freak, for example, as well. It was an interesting time in terms of the kinds of innovations, technical, and in terms of different ways of finding different attempts at finding ways to represent time. That kind of fell out of fashion in 2008, but with the emergent independence seems to be making a comeback, and the Star Wheel, having been at the threshold of this sort of development, will certainly have its part in the discussion. And we can say that even without insider information, I think. But Swiss, I'm glad you have your finger on the pulse.
Can I say something related to this? Because there is a question. Lord, I want to go back to this point that Swiss raised and also just now, because there is a question. Actually, it is a fundamental question posed. If you can, it's Mamba time has asked about this. He's referencing to Eugene Fama, who won the Nobel Prize in Economics. Okay. This is very important. Now, we can talk about this for a whole year. But basic principle is this, right? That there is an efficient market out there. Now, the efficient market hypothesis of Eugene Fama is based on stock prices being what they are, because it reflects the totality of the information available. And just now, Swiss said, I have certain information about this model. So this information is not known by anybody. So the watch market is not efficient, right? It goes back to the issue that it is not transparent. Hence, Swiss has certain information about a model that he and maybe 10 other people or 20 or 30 know, or 50, and they will all together push the price upwards. That is not an efficient watch market. This is based on certain information. Fama argues that the stock price currently reflects the totality of the data available. Now, you can't contest that and say, well, it's not widely available, the information. And you could go a bit further and say, in the US, there is more information about a stock price than, let's say, in the stock market of Nigeria or the Chinese or other emerging markets. And that's why you have differentiation between value in emerging markets versus stock markets in emerged markets like the US. The US market is the most efficient it can be and provides as transparent as it can provide information on a particular stock. And so I would say it includes possibly European markets as well. But is it efficient? We try to be as efficient as possible in the US market. But here is an example of lack of data points. And that is what makes the watch industry and other industries less transparent on the basis of such information. I don't know if I've helped answer the question, but do I think the watch market is efficient? Absolutely not. We don't know, for instance, it will be efficient when we know what do they produce by segmentation by each watch manufacturer. None of them are traded in the stock market. They're privately held, most of them. And those that are publicly held, meaning they're trading in the stock market, they don't release information on segmentation. So we don't really know. Is this important? Yes, it is important. The Swiss industry is not transparent. They're not unique, but they're not transparent. And so if a guy is sitting, let's say, again, I'm not picking on Swiss, I'm just using it as an example. If a guy is sitting somewhere and says, I have insider information, sorry to say, this is not transparent. It's like me sitting in Tesla saying, I have insider information that the new battery technology is going to be so revolutionary. It's going to extend the battery life by twice the lifespan or the charge. That means that I'll go and buy Tesla stock, or the reverse, I short Tesla stock, So unfortunately, it's not meant to be transparent.
Right.
What would be an example of a transparent market?
Yes, look, I would say that it has to do with the totality of the manufacturing process. We don't know what they're manufacturing. And the Swiss industry, also has another complexity to its manufacturing. We don't know how exactly Swiss it is. We know the percentage that the cap they have put, the ceiling of what is a Swiss-made watch, but there is a lot that goes into it. So I think the industry itself over the last few years has evolved to becoming more transparent, but it would require the totality of the manufacturing process, but also the totality of the sales process. Again, I'm not saying that they're wrong because they're not publicly traded, but even the ones that are publicly traded, like Swatch, they don't tell you how many Speedmasters they're selling every year. They don't tell you, right. Rolex, of course, doesn't tell you where are the proceeds going, because investors would ask them, you have a revenue of 8 billion, nearly 8 billion Swiss francs, or a bit higher than that. Where is all this profit going? Is it going to the foundation? Is it going back to research and development? How many Submariners are you selling? That is not wanted. Why? Because it will be a huge disturbance, one can say, to the way the market is functioning today, because the way it's functioning is on the basis of buyers predicting. How many Daytonas do they produce every year? I can only tell you what I think they produce, because I also have insider information, right? But if I say this, and if they announce it, will it help the Daytona sale, or will it hinder it? So it's that makes it transparent. And then, of course, decision making within the institution. How do they decide that Mr. Dufour should be a CEO? I mean, yes, he was the CEO of Zenith before. Who elects him? How is he elected? What is his compensation? How often does he use the private jet of Rolex? The same goes for Mr. Patek Philippe, right? Mr. Patek Philippe there sits on a beautiful yacht with our money, with citizens' money. Does he deserve a yacht? Well, it's a closed stock company. He can do what he wants. He has a beautiful jet that goes around the world. People will ask questions. So the totality of the manufacturing, these are not transparent companies, and that's why you have practices, but they're not meant to be open as well. I mean, for a company like Audemars, it's a privately held company. They can do what they want. I'm not saying that they have to open up. All I'm saying is that the closeness doesn't help for everybody else in the industry to be open. The auctioneers, the gray marketeers, they could have also insider information that a certain model will be discontinued. I remember a friend of mine who is one of the largest AD authorized dealers for a manufacturer telling me, you need to buy this because it's going to be discontinued. Well,
And
how do you know?
was he right? Was he right?
Yes, he was right. He was right. And I'm sure he bought a few for himself. It's the watch that you found for me, Lord. It's
Okay.
that category of watches. And so they have insider information. They have insider information which helps certain people and not others. Is it meant to be open? Well, if it's considered to be an investment where a lot of people are involved, and I think now a lot of people are buying stuff on the basis that a watch is an investment, it should be more transparent. This is what I would argue. That if you're treating it as a stock, it should become more transparent. Is it to the benefit of the Swiss industry, watch industry? Well, not so sure, because they do like creating a myth, creating a story, creating, the anticipation of what's coming next. They're benefiting from that, and they're benefiting also from the gray marketeers who are selling these watches 2 or 3, 4 times
Can I add
value.
Can I add
Please.
something to
I'm
this?
sorry.
Because no, not at all. Because I wanted to just refer immediately to something you said. Of course, there is a part of the industry, especially those that are, settled, part of the big 4 or 6 or 7, 8 brands that we can count, that might benefit, at least in short to midterm, this idea that watches are investment grade assets, and that they furthermore benefit from this mystique that is created around the availability and the real worth, real financial worth of these watches. But ultimately, that happens, I feel, in a certain dynamic. I'm even tempted to call it a dialectic, where a certain kind of customer starts to now value companies that are a little more transparent about their own product, right? That they disclose quite openly where they source their parts, right? This is where we get the hands from. These are the people who make our calibers. This is where we get the dial that we then end up decorating ourselves by hand guilloche, so on and so forth. I think the more you have the big brands, established brands, who thrive on this sort of mystique and lack of transparency and even obfuscation, the more conscientious customer ends up kind of diverging towards brands that actually value transparency, that are more open, that are more that try to involve their customer in even the production process. Swiss can tell us something about this, because I know he has just bought a watch where he was actually invited to help assemble it, which they should pay him a little bit rather than making him pay for the watch if he's gonna make the watch himself. But ultimately, what I'm saying is, joking aside, people are now going towards certain brands that offer you an experience, that offer you an integration into your lifestyle, that treat you face to face, that respect your intelligence, right? That want to talk to you, that want to sell you a story and not just a product.
True. An experience.
Yes. And you can't sell an experience if you obfuscate. You can't sell an experience if you like to do most of your work behind the scenes, right?
Right.
You can't turn everything into an experience by giving like manufacturer tours 1 day a year or 2 days a year, and in especially strictly controlled settings. That cannot be an experience.
Well, absolutely. Absolutely. You said it very well, and I admire what you said, and also what Swiss is saying. Look, all of these luxury brands, let's take the car manufacturers who have now been listed, the likes of Ferrari and all that. You can find information on them. This is all I'm saying, is that if you want to treat the watch as an investment, or you want your watches to be treated as an investment, which is, I think, what the watch industry wants to now move into, definitely they need to become more transparent. The lack of transparency doesn't help people, and reassuring people that this is an investment. So, an investment is actually a 2000 post 2000 and I would say 14 phenomenon, as a result of the Bernanke liquidity situation that he unleashed, and everybody started talking about watches, and of course the YouTube phenomenon, where you now have people who are leading other people about certain types of watches. It was never meant to be like this, and I do applaud the watch manufacturers who are transparent in that very same sense as Swiss said, and you, Lord, that it has to be more about how do we source the material and the different components that goes into a watch. I think that is a refined way of treating customers. Of course, it will not be. Yeah.
I'm gonna say something that I was just talking to Alex Grimberg today of Cherry Creek Watch Company, who are based in Denver, but they have just opened a storefront in Beverly Hills. Great guy, very knowledgeable. But he was talking about his youth when he was in his early 20s in London, and he was talking to this older jeweler, right, who most of whose business was in diamonds and gold, but he would have these Tupperware boxes, dozens and dozens of them, where he had all sorts of watches that we would now call vintage and that are very valuable, right? And as a young man who was already kind of a nerd, kind of a watch geek, he would ask him, like, so what kind of caliber is in this? And the older guy would tell him, how am I supposed to know? What kind of a question is that? Right? So that's a guy who had an incredible inventory 30, 35, 40 years ago, who was selling, secondhand watches. In the 21st century, we have all this information that we have at hand, if not immediately available, just a few clicks away and a few hours of study, where people can be much more informed and much more immediately informed. So it's a different time, right? The brands need to realize, and some already have, that you have a kind of customer now that might not be in the majority, but that is already a significant contingent, who are very well informed, who want to learn more, and who actually want to leverage that knowledge into a certain kind of experience, right? They don't just want to buy a product. And again, you cannot do that for mechanical watches anymore, because the mechanical watch is not a necessity anymore. It is the very definition of luxury. So you have to sell people a story. You have to sell people a narrative. You have to sell people history and legacy. You have to sell people an experience. And you cannot do that by trying to obfuscate everything, by trying to take more of your manufacture process, more of your distribution process, more of your allocation process behind the scenes. That's all I'm going to say. Big Meech has retired for the night, but before that he was talking about the positive attention that his new bluesy is getting. And he says, I'm looking forward to the attention it gets in the gentlemen's clubs.
There's another thing to mention, guys, that more recently I've been told and noticed people being wary and worried about their watches, especially when traveling in certain cities. Now, I sit in the old country, and I was specifically told, sorry, my wife, I was specifically told that we should take care not to demonstrate our watches in the city of London. And more recently, London has seen a lot of thefts. This authorized dealer told me that when this guy got a watch, he was waiting for it for many years. Finally, he got it. He wore it, and a few months later, he was walking about in London, and he was robbed of his watch. There is a lot of this going around here about watch theft. So I don't know what this will do for the watch industry. At least people will be more scared.
Yeah, I have all sorts of theories about that. I think ultimately it has a lot to do with my default tendency of mistrusting people. So when I hear certain things in social media, especially, I'm very skeptical. I kind of see behind it some sort of concerted effort to look. There are certain channels, I'm not going to name names.
Is it to scare people, Lord? Is it to scare people? Don't buy watches, I'll buy them.
Yes. Let me finish that thought. Yeah, I think, when you see certain channels that are in fact dedicated to this kind of content, where they are trying to make people fearful of wearing their watches, where they actually take apart that emotional bond that you have with your wristwatch, where they basically make you grow apart from your watch where you don't even want to wear it, they are creating an environment where they will be buying these watches off of you for cheap and then sell it to the next punter who is actually willing to pay, whether it's for the hype or for quote unquote investment, because they are not wearing it anyways. They just want to stash it away to a safety deposit box, so on and so forth. Ultimately, I don't condone that kind of content. I don't give coverage to it. I'm not saying these things don't happen. I'm not saying you shouldn't exercise common sense, especially when you are in an environment where you are in a big city where there's already crime, where there's already theft. But honestly, I live in Los Angeles where people have raised a huge outcry about this. I am yet to find myself in a situation where I felt threatened, where I felt like there was something happening. I have never saw with my own eyes something like this happening, even though I passed by stores that were victims of a smash and grab.
Right,
So
right.
I wanna recognize the reality of what's happening. The crime rates are on the rise in certain parts of this town that was not familiar to that sort of crime earlier. On the other hand, when you exercise common sense, where you have situational awareness, where you are careful and resourceful, you are fine. You're fine for the most part. Try to enjoy your watches as much as you can. Wear them as often as you can. Don't get carried away by everything that you read and see on social media. I find it really, at a certain level, again, maybe I'm too skeptical, but I find it like a concerted effort to make people not wear their watches.
Yeah, I would add that I also think it's simply a fact that it is much more mediatized than before. Because a few years ago, you know, you had a rich guy being robbed of his watch, and people, you know, they would be, another rich guy, you know, robbed it. You know, nobody really paid attention to that. But today, now that everyone wants one of these watches, now these guys, they're like, oh, but wait, he got robbed because of the watch.
That's very good. Very good. I think you are paying attention to two very important things. One, with social media and everything, first of all, these sorts of robberies are receiving more coverage. But like you pointed out, watches and luxury watches in particular now have a larger mainstream recognition. So people are not paying attention to the fact that there is a crime being committed and there's a robbery, but that a watch got stolen, among so many other things, of course, right?
Yeah, and also mainly, I think even more that before it was only, you know, it was mainly happening to the ultra rich guys, and it's mostly, you know, also just happening to the ultra rich guys, you know, getting attacked for RM or whatever. But now the quote unquote everyday man wants one of these watches. So he sees himself even more in the position of the guy being robbed. You know, he can see himself having one of these watches and now being in danger.
Yes, and I mean, I will say one thing again, just to balance things out a little bit. I have made my position quite clear. I think as long as you exercise common sense, you are fine for the most part. But I also have to recognize that with the mainstream recognition that luxury watches have gotten, now there are more people out there who can, and I use the term in a very specific sense, who can spot luxury watches, right? 10, 15, 20 years ago, no one would know what a Nautilus is, and certainly wouldn't recognize it as a luxury watch and as something that you would actually want to take off someone's wrist. So we have to recognize that, right? Like you said, the average person has a much more specific recognition of a luxury watch and can actually put herself in the place of the person who is getting robbed. And hey, these sorts of robberies and this sort of crime happens at various levels. I think that's the other thing, right? You know, the more privileged neighborhoods have started becoming target of crime at a more increased rate than before, and they're finally facing the reality, facing the music that many others have been living as part of their daily lives. You know, you would getting jumped or robbed is not a new experience for people who come from less socially privileged backgrounds, to put it euphemistically.
I think the main issue is people have always been robbed, and they will always be robbed. Now people are trying to take the juice of the robbery and say it's the watch, right? It's this brand, and they make a story out of it. And on top of it, you have social media, as Sui said, and it adds to the confusion and storytelling. But they always stole watches. I think it has become more popularized, especially for the brands, the big brands. You know, the Rolex is easily spotted, but you know, JJ is not easily spotted. An AP, if you're wearing an AP 44 millimeter, yes, of course. But you know, there is also, it has to do with the psychology of the person who wears it. I'm a true believer that the watch should be worn for you, not to display it. I'm a bit of a Calvinist in that sense.
You spent too much time with the Swiss, I think. That's the
well, I do like
that's the
them.
issue.
I do like them. I do respect.
I love my Swiss. Yes.
Yes, I do respect what they have done with their little country, which is not naturally endowed with anything.
I'm sorry, that sounded
yeah,
a little paternalistic, Professor.
No, not at all. They're not endowed with. If you go back to, because I studied the history, the economic history of Switzerland, you go back 250 years ago, or 200 even, and the Swiss didn't have much, and everything developed as a result of the railroad system. And after that, after the railroad, they developed a certain structure in their economy, whereby, you know, one followed the other. Today, Switzerland is a very different country than a bunch of sheep herders and cow herders of 200 years ago. And it is admirable what they have done with their country. It doesn't have any minerals, it doesn't have oil, it's not a large country, but it is a very disciplined country that produces chocolates when they don't have cocoa. Okay, it produces fine mechanical instruments and medical instruments in the middle of Europe, not just for the Swiss industry, but for an array of industries that use precision materials and instruments. And from there on, you know, the Swiss watch industry, just one part. They are the manufacturers of textiles. Mr. Sig and Mr. Sauer, that produced the famous rifle and pistol, they were textile manufacturers. The finest fabrics are made in Switzerland, nowhere else. If you want to produce a fine Egyptian cotton shirt, it is made in Switzerland, the fabric. It's not made in Egypt. And this is something that the Swiss have developed. The best hotelier, if you want to study management for hotels, it is in Switzerland. Why not in Los Angeles or New York? It is actually in Switzerland. The Swiss know, they have done a fabulous job with the little that they were endowed by God, if you want to present a bigger picture. So, you know, Nestle is a fantastic company producing everything in the food chain. So, no, it's very admirable. And I think you wear it. I, at least going back to the point, I wear the watch for myself, not to display it. And in that sense, I think the Calvinists are good.
Yes, I agree.
No, we love the Swiss. And look, I also, in addition to these beautiful mechanical timepieces that we so cherish, I also appreciate Davidoff. You know, the way they have concentrated the cigar smoking industry, the way they streamlined the production first in Cuba and then the Dominican Republic and beyond, has been a boon and brought cigar smoking up to this day, where it is now seeing another rejuvenation. And if it weren't for Davidoff, for example, you know, history for cigar smoking would have been different. I'm not going to say it would have disappeared or anything. I don't want to make any dramatic statements. But when it comes to, you know, also concentrating expertise from various different parts of the world and repackaging and presenting it in that way of hospitality that you also highlighted, Professor, I think it's again it's a very beautiful métier of the Swiss, and I do appreciate that.
And not to forget also financial services, the banks. I mean, the totality. The Swiss have maximized everything possible within a country. I mean, look at the winter games. Look at the summer. You know, people go in the summer to vacation in Switzerland, but they also go in the winter to ski. They have maximized every possible offering their country is endowed with, and it is beautiful to see them develop, and what they have done over the last 20 years. I'm a huge fan of the Swiss. No doubt, the Swiss watch industry is an example. But there are many jewels like the watch industry of Switzerland that are there. I mean, the pistol manufacturers, the medical industry, the biomedical industry, the food industry, hotels, the banks. Okay, Credit Suisse is not doing very well recently. Don't take a bet on that. But you know, the whole financial sector, the wealth management. You go to a place like Lugano, and it's full of wealth managers. They've done something with their economy, no doubt. It's very admirable.
Yeah. Can I also say something based on what Muki is mentioning here? A key characteristic of a civilization is the specialization of labor. In this regard, the Swiss are particularly civilized. Remember, I don't remember off the top of my memory, of course, but I do remember the detail that Karl Marx in The Capital actually takes the example of watchmaking for this sort of specialized division of labor and crafts probably one of the longest sentences in that entire book. And as you all know, Swiss would know this particularly well. Germans have mastered the art of the long sentence, so you can imagine how long that particular sentence is.
Yes.
But yes, Marx, when he was thinking, conceptualizing the notion of a specialized division of labor in manufacturing, right? Where everyone would have their own niche expertise. He used the example of watchmaking to elaborate that point, and he certainly had the Le Locle and Chaux-de-Fonds in his mind when he was writing those lines. And again, that's why I always appreciate, yes, vertical integration too, but also a certain kind of transparency and willingness to admit that, hey, there are still in this ecosystem companies and manufacturers that specialize on one thing that they do really well, and we will be the umbrella to gather all these different threads of expertise and give you at the end the final products which will carry our particular signature. But we are not here to fool you, right? We don't make everything in-house. That's not possible. I appreciate brands like that increasingly. All right, so it's past midnight here, and we have already gone for more than 4 hours. I know the professor is starting his day, and so is Swiss, unless he's gonna take a little bit of a nap before he goes on, but I'm certainly ready to go to bed.
Yeah, I have to go to work, so
all right. Professor, do you have something last minute to add? A last word?
No, that's about it. I think we said it all.
We have covered it. We might not even have to come back tomorrow. We're done. Joking aside, yes, that Monaco auction is still more than a week away. So I'll go back to the lots tomorrow. I wanted to talk earlier about the Cartier Tortue. I'm sure there will be a time for that as well. But Professor and I are going to get back on our market talk in a more focused fashion next time around. But today it was good. It's sometimes nice to have something spontaneous as well. And I'm glad I'm back to form with these 4+ hour broadcasts. That is my niche. So thanks for helping me out with that, Swiss and Professor, today. It was a great pleasure.
yeah,
Thank you.
no problem. My pleasure.
So guys, hit the like button on your way out. It makes all the difference. If you have just stumbled upon this channel, please subscribe and spread the word. It's essential for me to get to that 1,000 subscriber threshold. That's my first goal on YouTube. It will help me get monetized, to be absolutely transparent. And I am completely independent, so I do need that to go on and to do something long-lasting. Produce quality content and create something timeless. So please spread the word and share the link. There's a lot of different kinds of content if you haven't explored, and I've mostly divided them to playlists so you can find what you want, what you're looking for. In the meantime, if you would like to help, the links are there in the chat. But I'm going to send it out again. For contributions on PayPal, I'm using my primary point of contact. That's Lord Hellespont V @gmail.com, Lord Hellespont V @gmail.com. That's where you can demand specialized content and dedicated live streams for you. I also have a Cash App, $LHVVV, $LHVVV. And if you want to be a consistent patron for the cause of increasing the quality and quantity of content on this channel, you can always subscribe on Patreon. With that being said, we're taking off for today. I'll be with you at the same time tomorrow. Until then, I wish you a great night and a great day wherever you are in this world. I bid you adieu. See you soon. Goodbye.